Chapter 376, Chapter 373 Bachelor Party, Apocalypse's Whereabouts. We skipped this chapter because of numbering error. Sorry. Howard was willing to shoulder this heavy stigma for his good friend. Even if the world misunderstood him, he was willing to do whatever it took. Don't you think it's a bit shameless to use the power at hand to coerce others? Howard leaned against the car body and heard that he could become a director of Hotel Inferno and get close to a succubus dealer. He couldn't help but slightly stiffen to show his interest. Cooperating with the devil wasn't a big deal. Anyway, his reputation as an arms dealer had never been very good. No matter how much he participated in charity, many people would still regard him as a black-hearted capitalist, who sold death. Of course, being in the arms business, it was true. The reason you don't attract attention is that the wealth of Stark Industries, and the aura of the world's top genius, is nothing in hell. Luke explained. There were countless heroes and kings in the long river of history, and their souls would either ascend to heaven or fall into hell. At the hands of Mephisto, infamous celebrities, or those who had been known for thousands of years, how could Howard compare? It's like removing your title and letting you wear ordinary clothes to ask out a female Hollywood celebrity. They would also turn you down. Luke's analysis was well reasoned. Because you're too ordinary, you won't have the Stark's last name, you wouldn't have a rich man's status, you wouldn't have that smart brain. Without these, you're an ordinary person. But it's different now. You're the director of the Hell Group, a big man who can sit on equal footing with Mephisto. Status gives you extra charm, so you don't need to use any means. Those young succubae ladies would take the initiative to come to your door themselves. Luke watched the plane slowly land on the runway but didn't say his last thoughts. He thought that Howard might as well find a way to replenish his kidneys instead of worrying about the details. The nickname Juicing Girls of the Succubae of Hell was by no means in vain. Rather, it was the blood and tears of experience gained through the energy and active practice of generations of warriors. Luke didn't remind him. It was time for Howard to understand that the word sex was a knight dangling above his head. On the battlefield between men and women, it was almost impossible for the former to achieve a long-term consecutive victory. Even if Howard exhausted himself, he probably couldn't plow the succubus's fertile land. Thinking of this, Luke looked at the other with a little pity. Steve is here. Howard didn't know it, but he was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of his own masculine style, conquering every land. Though it was Captain America's bachelor party, he could date the succubus lady who looked pure and charming, feminine and coquettish, and then, he. Long time no see, Steve. How are your wedding preparations going? Meeting his good friend, he hugged him warmly. Captain America, who was about to get married, seemed to be much more mature than before. He scratched his head, apparently a little unsure of how to answer. Well, it should work out. After thinking of what to say for a while, Steve gave this answer. After he came back from the Soviet Union, he followed Luke's suggestion and prepared to marry Marjorie. Captain America booked an upscale restaurant and then went to the jewelry store to buy an expensive sapphire diamond ring. The next step was to find the right opportunity to create a romantic atmosphere. To be honest, Luke went to a lot of trouble to help Steve with this part. Captain America was really bad at lying and concealing, almost revealing it many times. Fortunately, Steve made it to the day of the proposal. The upscale restaurant was a private venue, filled with the soothing sounds of violins. Captain America knelt down on one knee and presented the diamond ring. The job was basically done. After all, not many women could resist Steve's flamboyant chest muscles and America's ass. Looking for venues, sending invitations, inviting the band. Marjorie is working on everything. I couldn't get involved at all. Steve said honestly. After his bachelor party in Las Vegas, he would return to New York the next day for his wedding. I'm very nervous and confused right now. You know, Luke, I've imagined many times that I would make my vows with the woman I love in the presence of my family and friends. Steve's words were slow, and his tone was emotional. When I joined the army, I also thought that I would die on the battlefield, as in, sacrificing myself for my comrades in arms, or being hit by a stray bullet. I couldn't sleep all night yesterday, and my mind was full of memories of the past. Captain America was a bit incoherent at the end of his speech. He squeezed Luke's shoulder hard, his eyes filled with complex and sincere emotions. Brooklyn's little man was finally going to complete his major event in life and move towards fulfillment. Relax, Steve, soak up the warmth of the Las Vegas sun. Luke turned to Howard and said, let Captain America forget about his waiting bride in New York. I'll leave the task of experiencing the customs of Vegas to you. The latter took off his sunglasses, hooked Steve's shoulder, and pulled him into the car. This is the last day of your life as a bachelor. So, buddy, you need to leave your burdens behind and dive into this party with all your heart and soul. Howard took out the activity list in his pocket, glanced at it, and said, the first stop is the spa. First, go to the Imperial Hot Spring to wash away your fatigue. Wait. Howard, wait, I also brought someone. Steve pointed to the plane and awkwardly said, Bucky is here too. I don't feel comfortable leaving him in Brooklyn alone. Luke followed Captain America's line of sight and found the Winter Soldier. At the command of Hydra, mainly Baron Strucker, Bucky was no longer hostile to Steve and didn't have any intentions of taking this opportunity to escape. The task he received was to follow the other party. We met again. Looking at Bucky, wearing a leather jacket, carrying a backpack, wearing sunglasses, and dressed like a cool guy, Luke took the initiative to say hello. The former caught a glimpse of Superman and couldn't help but slightly tremble. The steady pace, too, paused for a moment. The beating in the collective farm was still deeply imprinted in Bucky's heart, becoming an indelible trauma. Humph. He probably couldn't think of anything to say. The Winter Soldier only hummed coldly and continued to maintain his cold image. You're pretending to be cold now, but soon you'll be watching a good friend enter the wedding hall. At that time, you can slowly experience the taste of bitter wine in your throat. Luke's mouth turned up as he thought so silently. He got into the car, sitting next to Captain America. Howard acted as the driver and Winter Soldier as in the co-pilot seat. A group of 4 people, with the start of the limousine, quickly drove out of the airport. In California, near Nevada, on a mountain with dry vegetation. On a hot day, Apocalypse was still cloaked, looking up at the dazzling sunshine. Behind him, a large number of mutants were dressed in the same way. In just a few months, using Caliban's talent and ability, the god of mutants had gained many followers. Do you feel it? Apocalypse opened his hands as if to embrace the sky. I didn't perceive anything, great god. Caliban lowered his head and shook his head to answer. What about you, Eric? Apocalypse turned to the smallest teenager. I feel very agitated and uneasy, great god. The child named Eric Leonshare said truthfully. Very good. Apocalypse spoke with satisfaction. Time and space are vibrating, and I have found it. the god of mutants' eyes seemed to penetrate the shackles of time and space and see farther away. His deep eyes gradually reflected a fiery red, gorgeous, huge phoenix. Comment. 3 comments. Vote. Chapter 377, Chapter 374 Phoenix Force, Historical Presence. The Apocalypse and Phoenix were old enemies, so to speak. After overthrowing the rule of Kang the Conqueror, he abandoned his former name En Sabana, and renamed himself Apocalypse. It meant the supreme god. Because he was raised by the nomadic people since he was a child, he had to fight against the harsh environment and adults who were more powerful than himself every day. Living in despair and hardship until the day his powers were awakened. Apocalypse's extraordinary abilities were equivalent to the gods in those days. Soon, he got a large number of followers and believers. However, the cruel experience had molded Apocalypse's indifferent and stubborn character. Similarly, he was a firm believer in the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Apocalypse replaced Kang the Conqueror and ruled Egypt. He started wars and created disputes everywhere. In order to select the target that met his requirements, he used the most stringent standards. Apocalypse believed that only through the baptism of fate, the harsh test. Only by struggling to survive in a bloody battle could one be qualified to be his vassal. In this way, relying on his powerful ability, Apocalypse kept expanding its territory until he took the initiative to provoke the Phoenix. The Phoenix Force was one of the most ancient powers in the multiverse. The Phoenix itself was an awe-inspiring ancient being. It was born in the primitive universe and preferred to find people with strong spiritual power as hosts. For example, the mutant Jean Grey and her clone Madeline Pryor, also known as the Red Queen. In a certain timeline, Rachel Summers, Jean Grey's daughter, Emma Frost, the White Queen, and so on. They were all selected by the Phoenix and gained unparalleled powers. This was all a later story. The feud between the Phoenix and Apocalypse goes back several thousand years. At that time, Apocalypse was full of thoughts on how to build a great empire without weak people, defects, and lower races. As it happens, the Phoenix discovered the Earth while wandering through the universe. It was like an energy storm that swept in with great force. Apocalypse was aware of this terrible energy fluctuation. In order to verify his strength and show his power, without hesitation, he went up. Then, the god of mutants was burned into a half-paralyzed state by the Phoenix Force and fell into a long slumber. This was why Apocalypse slept in the pyramid. Mainly for healing and restoring vitality. As for the Phoenix that came to Earth, it later passed through Kunlun in China. Fengji Wu, an Oriental with the power of Shoulao, punched it, and it scattered everywhere. Further on, Jean Grey got one of the pieces and became the Phoenix of the mutants. The trajectory of fate was so clear. It's coming. Apocalypse's grey face revealed a hint of excitement. When he woke up from a deep sleep, he learned to accept the changes of this era and look for his 4 horsemen. While still tracking the whereabouts of the Phoenix, it had burned him into a person with paraplegia. This revealed the magnitude of that ancient divine power. If he got the Phoenix Force, mastered it, and fully controlled it, he could definitely beat Superman. When the time came, there would be no further obstacles on his way forward. Besides, Apocalypse always felt bitter about losing to a human being. Even though Superman was so powerful, he was only a human being. How could humans be better than mutants? This somewhat shook Apocalypse's worldview. So, he couldn't accept this defeat. He still had to prove it. Mutants were the perfect race. Great God, what are you looking for? Young Eric looked up and asked. Among all the believers who followed Apocalypse, he was the favorite. The mutant god implemented a hierarchy system for his fellow mutants and appreciated whoever had more potential. Power. Ancient and powerful power. Apocalypse was like a bronze bell, emitting a loud sound. He followed the traces of the scattered fragments of the Phoenix Force from Eastern Europe and Asia to California, USA. The vast majority of the Phoenix's power disappeared into the unknown landscapes of the East. Apocalypse was going to stomp around, but his keen intuition reminded him that the trip could be extremely dangerous. Considering that even the Phoenix had been broken up, the chance that he would be giving away his head for nothing was there. So, the mutant god obeyed his instincts and honestly looked for another location. The part of the power scattered in Eastern Europe had become faint and almost disappeared. Apocalypse could only collect the residual Phoenix Force while searching the area with the most energy distribution. Finally, he found the complete Phoenix in California. This will be the most beautiful existence you have ever seen in your life. Apocalypse's deep eyes, reflected by the fiery red Phoenix. It was getting bigger and bigger. After a few seconds, like throwing a stone into the calm lake, the space vibrated with a clear ripple. Not only did the future Magneto, young Eric, but the other mutants also felt it. Their inner emotions became restless. Like boiling water, it kept gushing up. The Phoenix Force was the fire of creation of the universe and the embodiment of life and spiritual power of the universe. It was normal for its appearance to cause a change in people's emotions. After a few minutes, the rippling space was like a cracked mirror, with several shocking black crevices. After a while, those gaps gradually widened. In the nihilistic space, a fiery red color suddenly rose up. The Phoenix. A huge flaming phoenix opened up the space, spreading its wings and chirping. The terrifying psychic storm was like a cannonball hitting Apocalypse's shield. Even if its body was broken up, the reassembled Phoenix Force still can't be underestimated. The tall Apocalypse stood in front of the mutants. The purple light energy shield, like a solid wall, blocked the Phoenix Force. The flaming phoenix opened up the space and spread its wings. The paradoxical atmosphere of destruction and creation, new life and death, was simply enchanting. I can harness it. Apocalypse found that Phoenix had indeed become much weaker, and his self-confidence rose inside. He raised his arm. The surrounding space suddenly sank. As if filled with glue, it slowed down the Phoenix's movements. Then, Apocalypse firmly gripped his hand. The invisible power of his mind turned into a huge palm, clutching the flaming phoenix tightly. Shriek! Shriek! The dazzling fire that destroyed matter rolled up a wave of blazing flames. The space seemed to melt. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. Apocalypse's face showed a painful expression. His grey palm had become charred and black, leaving a faint scent of burnt meat. It can cause damage to my body even through my mind. The mutant god was a bit surprised. He subconsciously retracted and then clenched again, squeezing the huge phoenix that was about to fly away with its wings. How could I give up this great opportunity? Apocalypse revealed a ruthless expression. Ignoring the pain in his hands, he increased the output. The extremely strong psychic power restricted the phoenix. As if the two sides were wrestling in the air, neither could overpower the other, gradually falling into a stalemate. Sizzle! The phoenix seemed to feel the pressure, it shook its wings, and the open space was shattered again. The horrible flame broke out and melted Apocalypse's energy shield. In order to protect himself and the children, he had gathered with great difficulty. The mutant god had to withdraw his strength. This allowed the phoenix to seize the opportunity. It flapped its wings and disappeared in an instant. Space transfer. Where can you go? Apocalypse grunted coldly and left a sentence, "Stay here, don't go anywhere," stepped into a portal, and followed it. Binge. Happy New Year 2022. A small heads up, we will release not one, but 2 new fanfics for you to read in the next 2 weeks. One Piece fanfic, and another Marvel fanfic, but with a unique concept. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 378, Chapter 375. Bathing together, enemies would always meet again. Why do you want to soak in hot springs together? It feels strange. Howard clasped his arms in front of his chest, squeezing the corner of the towel, sitting on the edge, dilly-dallying and refusing to get into the water. He looked at Luke and Steve with sad and angry eyes. The strong and perfect lines, the solid and healthy chest and abdominal muscles. By contrast, he had been doing scientific research all year round, and he hadn't done much physical exercise. He looked like a chubby couch potato. Sure enough, when there was something to compare with, he would suffer the most damage. Don't be a pussy, Howard. Luke leaned back against the pool, tilted his head back, and said so. The lower half of his body was wrapped in a towel and submerged in the moderately warm water of the pool. A glass of chilled sparkling wine and a variety of fresh fruits were at hand. Come on down. Don't worry, we won't laugh at your size. Luke joked as he put a soaked towel on his face. The strong muscles full of power relaxed, and a sense of sleepiness and lethargy spread. Somewhat sleepy. Luke squinted his eyes. Enjoy this rare peace and quiet. What are you talking about? Stark men are always proud of their prowess. Howard quickly sat in the hot spring pool. No male creature would accept people questioning their courage. It's just that he tried to stay away from Luke and Steve. A Superman and a super soldier. Being caught in the middle, Howard experienced the feeling of being the poorest man for the first time. Steve, why are you getting married while you're this young? Howard, a staunch bachelor and lover of singlehood, didn't understand Captain America. Days of debauchery and one-night stands were fun. If he got married, he would face a lot of problems. Howard imagined changing diapers, singing lullabies, and telling bedtime stories for his children in the future. He couldn't help but shiver. It was terrible. How could he devote his limited time to such trivial things? You don't understand. Steve glanced at the prodigal Howard and shook his head. When you have sex with a woman, it's just a short moment of pleasure. Howard, it's hard for you to understand. When you open your eyes in the morning and find a person lying next to your bed, she would gently smile at you, hold you in her arms, then make you breakfast. Howard grimaced when he saw Captain America show a faint smile and spread romantic, sentimental longings heartily. Holding a purple grape in his mouth, he spoke in a muffled voice, "Those women who date me can do the same things, as long as I'm willing to show generosity or give them a good time." Steve's face looked speechless. No matter what the topic was, it would always become dirty when it came out of Howard's mouth. This was probably some kind of unique talent. I've heard Jarvis complain many times. You take different women to Stark Mansion every night. After sleeping, you run off to work in the laboratory, and he has to clean up after you. Luke said lazily. He's probably the one who wants you to get married the most in this world. Howard was embarrassed. It was just a momentary relief when he had no scientific inspiration and felt bored. He won't even remember the names of those women. Anyway, it was just one night, so there was no need to know too much. That day will come. Howard chuckled as he looked out the window. The sunset was shining on Las Vegas. Then, the sky turned red. A huge phoenix suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching. Did I drink too much? Howard rubbed his eyes and wondered if he saw things. Although he had seen vampires, werewolves, and hell demons. But he was still a staunch atheist, a scientist with the spirit of exploration and thirst for knowledge. It looks like tonight's bachelor party will have to be postponed. Luke, who was still sleepy, took off the towel that covered his face. He simply stood up from the hot spring and walked over to the window. "Ah, Luke, I know this thing of yours is magnificent, but there's absolutely no need to show it off." The corners of Howard's mouth twitched as he happened to be sitting nearby. He turned his face away. "Although I don't know who brought it here, it must be in big trouble." Luke didn't pay attention to Howard's words. He put a bath towel around him, but some things just couldn't be covered up. "What is that?" Captain America, who noticed the anomaly, also stood up and walked in front of Howard. The latter really didn't know where to look, so he had to raise his head and look at the ceiling. "Please stay away from me. I will definitely have nightmares tonight." Howard looked helpless. Taking a bath with his good friends was terrible. "That's the Phoenix." Luke was no stranger to the three ancient forces of the Marvel Universe. He fought Cthulhu, the god of chaos, in the sky above the White House. The other party had used the chaos magic as bait to lure him into becoming his envoy. Chaos magic could rewrite reality. It was extremely powerful and the source of the Scarlet Witch's powers. The same level of Phoenix Force, naturally, wouldn't be any worse. It seems that it's heading for Las Vegas. There are over 500,000 innocent citizens in the downtown area alone. I can't guarantee their safety. Luke's eyes flashed a trace of dignity. Although the Phoenix represented life and creation, it didn't distinguish between good and evil. Jean Grey's emotions produced the Dark Phoenix, which was an obvious example. While Phoenix Force affected the host, it would also be subliminally influenced by the host. "Steve, you have to contact the municipal government and ask them to organize the evacuation of the city." Luke changed into his Superman's battle suit and told him, "Those who don't have time to evacuate can be taken to Hotel Inferno." "Howard, you also follow. Don't even think about putting on power armor to help, this isn't Hydra's reinforced soldiers." Steve nodded, quickly removed the towel around the lower half of his body, grabbed the folded clothes, and put them on. Seeing this, Howard's trauma expanded again. He felt that his eyes were going blind. "I need to see 100 women naked to forget this." He quickly stepped out of the pool, fearing that Luke would follow Captain America's example. Luke directly smashed through the glass wall and flew towards the flaming phoenix. Before approaching, the heat was already rolling onto his face. He saw everything around the phoenix melting and decomposing. The gravel turned into crystals, the vegetation burnt into smoke, and even the towering peaks along the way looked like half-melted ice cream. "Where are you running to?" High in the sky, a semicircular passage in space expanded, and a tall gray figure slowly walked out. He wasn't afraid of the exuberant heat emanating from the flaming phoenix, and his cold face revealed a hint of a smile. "Surrender to me, kneel in front of the great apocalypse." The flame phoenix expressed no desire to care about this strange man and threw a ball of energy at him. Boom! A loud explosion resounded through the air. Comment. 9 comments. Vote. Chapter 379, Chapter 376 Sorry, too ugly, I refuse. Being closely chased by Apocalypse. The phoenix looked up and hissed, and the waves of flame rolled. Its attitude was arrogant and contemptuous. It was as if it had no regard for this mutant god. Even if it wasn't the same as before, and its own strength was greatly weakened, this cold attitude remained unchanged. Humph, weak creature. The phoenix emitted such a thought. The flaming wings flap violently, sending a wave of incandescent flames into the sky. High in the sky, even the air currents became viscous. With a few breaths, a normal person would be completely ignited and burned to ashes from the inside out. Are you better than me now? Apocalypse's grey face twitched. Thousands of years ago, he was burned by the Phoenix Force, and had to sleep in the pyramid for a long time. But now, the situation had turned around. The Phoenix had somehow encountered an accident or some kind of enemy. That powerful cosmic energy was halved, and he could squeeze it and flatten it. Apocalypse didn't think that it would come to this. The Phoenix lost the battle but was still as scornful as it could be. You really think I can't handle you? Even the calmest person in the world would have fire in him, not to mention Apocalypse, a self-proclaimed god. With a cry of anger, a semicircular shield of energy rose around him. Then a strong purple light flashed in his right hand, instantly forming several terrifying thunderbolts as big as a millstone. Boom! Boom boom! The sound of continuous explosions resonated high in the sky. The energy collision set off a fierce gale, sending up a sonic boom-like explosion. 4 miles around, the sky changed. Dark clouds covered the sun, and thunder rolled. The oppressive, suffocating layer of leaden grey clouds looked like a backdrop. And the huge fire phoenix was particularly dazzling. It spread its wings and covered almost half of Las Vegas. Why hang on? How much more power can you muster? Apocalypse sneered. Before, the phoenix was able to disintegrate everything and reorganize matter with a single thought. The fire of creation, which could melt everything and erase existence, was even more terrifying. But after the encounter just now, Apocalypse found that the phoenix's power had deteriorated considerably and wasn't as powerful as it once was. I heard that the Phoenix Force has no material form and likes to look for powerful hosts. Apocalypse had found out the truth about Phoenix and completely emerged from the shadow of defeat. Is there a more suitable host for you on this planet, other than me? The Phoenix seemed to have heard the joke, and its huge body shook. The spiritual waves it emitted spread through the void. Ugly, go away. Translated, that was probably what it meant. The hosts chosen by the Phoenix Force were both male and female. It might be related to its aesthetics, with women being the majority and men being involuntary. One of Kun Lun's strongest iron fist of all time, Feng Jiwu, who shattered the Phoenix's form, needs no introduction. A standard Oriental girl with a beautiful presence. Jean Grey, White Queen Emma Frost, Cyclops Scott Summers, Wolverine Logan, Colossus, Magic. In terms of looks, they all fluctuated around the upper middle range. No one was as ugly and unforgettable as Apocalypse. Rage plus 100. Apocalypse's eyes rounded as if he had been stabbed. When he was born with grey skin and blue lips. He was regarded as a monster by his parents and abandoned in the desert. Since childhood, Apocalypse had been looked at with disdain and disgust. You'll regret it. Apocalypse's eyes turned white as he used his abilities. One by one, lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm struck down amidst thick dark clouds. Like a silver fence, it surrounded the flaming phoenix. At first glance, it looked like a huge cage, holding it in place. As the phoenix flapped its wings, waves of fiery red flames tumbled, tearing apart the lightning and dark clouds. Like a meteor disintegrating into 1,000 streams of fire, the phoenix force swept out and struck the grey figure standing in midair. You think I'm unprepared? Apocalypse raised his hand and placed layer after layer of energy shield around himself. A rich purple light enveloped him, with dark clouds and violent thunderbolts, making him look like a god. He had the experience of learning how to fight with the nomads. The cruelty, indifference, and savagery were practically in his bones. The goal was to bring together his strong combat awareness. Therefore, he wasn't only the god of mutants but also a tough warrior. The best warriors are often good at drawing lessons from their experiences. Apocalypse believed that the reason for the last failure was that he underestimated the enemy, and partly due to the horrific power of the Phoenix. Both energy and matter could be broken down and destroyed. There was no defense, no stopping it. Therefore, Apocalypse painstakingly pondered and found a solution. That was: form the thickest armor and receive the vicious strikes. Anyway, he has a good body and high defense, so as long as he didn't burn, he could withstand the full output of Phoenix Force. As it happens, the tidal wave of flames that raged through dozens of layers of Apocalypse's energy shields was somewhat overwhelming. The tall figure wearing metal armor, like a hard reef in the heart of the river, remained tenacious. He strode forward against the billowing flames that could melt gold and iron. At the same time, all the psychic attacks and energy output was directed at the Phoenix. The flaming Phoenix, perched high in the sky, was unable to break free from the lightning cage and could only be passively beaten. The dazzling light radiating from its whole body gradually faded down. Accept your destiny and become the most powerful weapon for me to conquer the world. Apocalypse's face was cold, his right hand clenched into a fist, and a terrifying force filled it. Boom! The mutant god, equally powerful in the flesh, punched the Phoenix. The overwhelming power that could sink mountain peaks was like waving a heavy hammer on a red-hot iron sheet. Sparks erupted. Thousands of bright flames, like falling meteors, fell down. The towering buildings of Las Vegas looked as if they had been built out of the sand, melting and burning in a matter of seconds. Reinforced concrete was fragile in the face of the Phoenix Force's flames. A fight is a fight, but you have damaged the buildings, hurt innocent citizens, and caused great economic losses and property losses to Las Vegas. The clear smiling voice echoed through the dark and gloomy sky. Boom! A silver lightning bolt struck down, reflecting a dark red cloak and a sturdy figure. Luke stared at Apocalypse with a scowl on his face. Are you going to pay the fine? Then, go back to s.h.i.e.l.d for coffee with me, or do you want to resist the law violently? Superman's arms were clasped around his chest, and his eyes were glowing red. Enemies will always meet. Here you are again, Superman. Apocalypse's confidence was high. After emerging from the defeat of the past, he felt confident. He coldly glanced at Luke. The fear that he had before was gone. With the Phoenix Force at hand, why should he fear Superman? Just on time. Getting rid of two enemies at once will save time and effort. Apocalypse threw a final punch with a terrifying force that pierced through the air as if to break the Phoenix's form apart. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 380, Chapter 377 Superman's Wrath, the God-Killing Sword. Did I give you permission to move? Luke's voice turned cold as he raised an eyebrow. He raised his right hand, and a flash of bright silver stretched out. The 10th metal turned into a long sword and slashed straight towards Apocalypse. Rip. The combination of the powerful force poured into the extraordinary metal sword created a terrifying effect. The wind pressure roared like a dragon, blowing away the clouds that had built up in the sky. The void split open like a broken mirror, cutting a sharp straight line. Apocalypse's grey face twitched as if he felt fatal danger. He quickly withdrew his fist and added dozens of layers of energy shields around himself. Then, the god of mutants still felt unsafe. He activated his natural abilities. Body of steel. The grey skin turned metallic and covered his entire body. This always works. Apocalypse trusted his intuition. Although he almost defeated the Phoenix, and his self-confidence was boosted, it wasn't boosted enough to make a low-level mistake as belittling the enemy. Superman was strong, and there was no doubt about that. So, he didn't take it lightly, he had to go all out. Apocalypse was able to complete his defenses in a matter of minutes. And then he looked up at the powerful sword that cut through space and tore through the atmosphere. With a flash of silver light, the lightning and thunder, as well as the thick dark clouds, all dissipated. The force of the sword was so strong that it tore through all of Apocalypse's energy shields in a matter of milliseconds. With his bare hands, Superman might have to punch hundreds of times, to be able to injure this mutant god. But with the 10th metal that could kill a god, he only needed one chance. Just one slash. The light of the sword fell on Apocalypse's steel body, like a burning knife cutting through butter. So effortless, so silky smooth, without feeling the slightest hindrance. Swish. A broken arm flew in the air. It turned into a pulp by the violent air current. That was close. Apocalypse, who was about to be cut apart, was able to move out of the way in the nick of time by using his intuition. If he had hesitated, his whole body would have been split in two. This was fatal. What a terrible weapon. Apocalypse held his broken arm, the wound nearly solidified. The slash was so fast that he didn't even feel a hint of pain. As I said, Great En Sabina. Luke, sword in hand, looked towards Apocalypse, who had lost an arm. I hope you can behave yourself and learn to abide by the rules of the new era instead of holding on to your backward, barbaric, and foolish ideas. This could lead you to indulge in a self-important, arrogant personal worldview, ignoring changes in the outside world and causing unnecessary problems. Beneath Superman's feet were the empty streets of Las Vegas. He had to say, Captain America did a good job. He took over the authority of the city council and evacuated most of the city residents through radio and TV news announcements. Of course, there was also Mephisto's help. If it weren't for the old devil's magic, the people of America, who were crying out for freedom and democracy during a city lockdown, might not have been so obedient. I'm a pharaoh of Egypt, a great god king. Do I have to obey the laws of a country that is only a century old and short-lived? Apocalypse's innate ability to shed flesh and blood from the severed wound gradually grew a new arm. This was the terrible thing about the mutant god. He had too many abilities and was too perfect. It was hard to find his weakness and deal a fatal blow. The phoenix could beat Apocalypse because it had the fire of creation. This was an ancient force that could destroy time and space and erase dimensions. No, the law of the land is, of course, a worthless piece of paper in the eyes of a powerful man like you. Luke moved his feet and his dark red cape shined high in the sky. The sturdy figure stood tall against the thunder and lightning of the apocalyptic scene as if he was holding up the sky. Mortals lack the power to restrain gods, so they are as small as dust in your eyes. You can ignore the laws of this country. It doesn't matter. But I think there should be mutual respect between the strong. Great En Sabina, you should at least respect my will and cherish the respect I give you. His voice was calm, without the slightest emotion, as if stating the facts. But when it reached Apocalypse's ears, it sent a chill down his spine. Superman's eyes were as sharp as the sword in his hand. It seems that today, there is no way to end it peacefully. Apocalypse shook his head. His new palm slowly opened. He also had the ability to restructure matters partially. The microscopic particles of the world were moving according to his wishes. From scratch, a bronze war spear from the primitive period suddenly emerged. I have never fled from any battle. When fear occupies your heart and drives you to expose your back to the enemy, you will only die faster. There is no honor in that. Apocalypse clenched the war spear as if he had returned to his youth. He remembered hunting beasts in the desert, each time struggling to climb back from the edge of death. Now, he was facing Superman, who was even more fearsome than any beast. But, I'm no longer that weak mortal. Apocalypse shouted. A fierce bolt of light tore through the thick clouds. I am Apocalypse, the great king, the god of destiny. With this roar, he raised his battle spear and took a step forward. With strong flashes of light, the tall figure crossed the void and appeared at Luke's side. The grey face was full of murderous intent, and the spear, imbued with power, struck like lightning. The gods, too, will die. Luke smiled. It's not like he hadn't met a god. Set, the god of death, also from Egypt, was even stripped of his authority. Apocalypse was nothing. He swung his 10th metal sword in a swift line. The spear was split in two and broken into two pieces. The armor covering Apocalypse's chest suffered a visible crack. Crack! It completely shattered. I forgot to mention, I am also a master swordsman. Luke grinned. He swiped the Deathstrokes card, which came with a weapon mastery attribute. When it came to the most savage and brutal cold weapon battle, he had never been afraid of anyone. Do you want to continue? Luke held his sword flat, with a cold glint in his eyes. If there's no other move, it's my turn. He took a step forward and followed his example. A space-cutting portal was instantly formed, and then another magical circle was quickly drawn above Apocalypse. The silvery light of the sword struck down head-on, catching the opponent off guard. Apocalypse, like a frightened prey, with keen reflexes and a high level of vigilance. He made a fist with his right hand and bashed it hard. A metallic iron fist swept at the 10th metal sword. A deep wound appeared on the knuckles of his clenched fist. As if unaware, Apocalypse had entered into a state of struggle. This pain couldn't interfere with his firm will. In the empty left hand, another war spear emerged. He raised his hand and swiped the spear out. The heavy force of the blow blasted the air and quickly slashed towards Luke's neck. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Apocalypse hit the target, but it felt as if all his power hit the air. The figure struck by the spear didn't feel like a physical body but rather an illusory wisp of air. Then, Hundreds of Lukes spread all over the sky and surrounded Apocalypse. Superman's a master. Apocalypse's eyes widened with an incredibly shocking expression. How is that possible? How would there be a master that could shatter mountains and crush the earth with a single blow? Binge. Read next 60 chapters and advance access to One Piece on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 381, Chapter 378. Thank you for your sacrifice for Earth. I haven't given up yet. With a punch to the face, Apocalypse's face looked like a ton of TNT had exploded on it. Only half of his malicious words were uttered. Then it looked as if a grey cannonball pierced the car behind him and tumbled into a shop a block away. His hardened body, enhanced by his natural abilities, dragged a long, deep trail across the ground before slamming into the thick wall. The dust floated around and obstructed the view. With a few sharp coughs, Apocalypse silently pulled himself out of the wall. What a powerful fist! Despite his steel body, the sheer force of the punch caused Apocalypse's internal organs to almost shift and every bone in his body to cry out as if they were falling apart. A trace of blood spilled from his mouth. His whole body wobbled and was about to fall. Keep fighting. Apocalypse instilled belief in himself and propped up his bruised and exhausted body. He looked up and saw the tall and straight figure arriving in a flash as if he had teleported. The debris rolled up wildly and scattered to the sides. The metal boot was lifted high and swept up at Apocalypse like a powerful whip. Then, another uppercut. Boom! The mutant god, passively beaten, lost control of his body and flew straight upwards. His head smashed through layer after layer of ceilings. Those solid metal materials broke like flimsy foam sheets. By the time the terrifying force had dissipated, Apocalypse had traveled through 37 floors of the building and nearly burst through to the atmosphere. He was floating 10,000 meters in the air, and blood smeared across his gray face. Do you choose to surrender? Or run away? In a daze, Apocalypse heard Superman's voice. The other person was very cold, without mercy in his eyes, not at all like the superheroes he had met before. When those people fought, they were always full of hesitation and sympathy. They regarded killing as a crime or a last resort. Apocalypse could hear that the choices Superman gave him were just a joke. How could a true warrior, who had no weakness in his heart, let the enemy go? There's no honor in that. Apocalypse's voice sounded weak as he gave his answer. He opened his eyes and caught Superman's movements. Hastily, he raised his arms and tried to block the punch. He would try to regroup and launch a counter-attack. But he was too slow and too weak. The air-bursting fist broke Apocalypse's bones. He was hit head-on by a speeding train at full throttle. Once again, the hard body flew out uncontrollably. Oops, a bit of a blunder. Luke watched Apocalypse fall downwards, smashing a hotel billboard run by the Mafia along the way. To some extent, this was his own business. If I do that again, I would ruin my own property. He shook his head. His dark red cloak tore through the air with a dull burst as he flew towards the site where Apocalypse had fallen. His supervision didn't find the other party through the obstacles. Home, he ran away. Luke raised an eyebrow, thinking that Apocalypse didn't look like a mutant who would strategically retreat. He was at least a pharaoh of Egypt, but he shouldn't be as flexible as the younger generation. If he wanted to run away, He would have done so long ago, why wait until now? Superman's perception was turned on. With the pure white light of Vishanti, the whole city was under control. Among the mutants, there were also a few with the gift of invisibility. A moment later, Luke discovered Apocalypse's position as the bioforce field opened up. Above. He looked up and saw a steamroller weighing dozens of tons crashing down. High-temperature rays were emitted from both eyes, directly melting the huge metal object. The grey, translucent figure gradually revealed itself. It was none other than Apocalypse. He didn't seem to want to smash Superman with the steamroller, raising his fists upwards in a dazzling gleam. This was the energy absorption ability of mutants, which absorbed energy and violently released it. It was as if two small celestial bodies were floating above Luke's head. The terrifying energies mingled with each other like a giant ball of light. The heat emitted turned the asphalt road where Luke was standing into a sticky puddle of mud. The silvery white flames of light were terrifyingly volatile, and a searing stream of air radiated the powerful heat that could melt gold and iron. "Let's go to hell together, Superman." Apocalypse hissed like a lunatic. All his strength was used for absorption and release, just like an extremely unstable suicide bomber. Once the countdown had reached 0, the whole city would be leveled. And Superman was at the center of it all. "I thought you had a new scheme." A desperate villain, pulling the protagonist into a double suicide, no surprises at all. Luke shook his head as the exuberant power enveloped him, putting a degree of pressure on him. Superman had many ways to avoid Apocalypse's desperate attack. But considering the great damage caused by the other party's self-explosion, Luke rejected those choices. Although he never claimed to be a hero, he didn't like to be tied down to a single work style. But as the Ancient One said, when Superman stood at the top of the world and at the forefront of mankind, it was hard to retreat. He had to take his share of the responsibilities, just like how he used his share of power. This was an equivalent exchange. No one forced Luke, but he had to. Just as a qualified king needs to be responsible for his country, and a qualified lord needs to protect his territory. "Do you know what despair is?" Luke asked with his head held high. "When you have tried to kill your enemy with all means, even at the cost of your life, you find that your efforts have been in vain. This is despair." Superman's voice was calm and cold. He glanced high into the sky out of the corner of his eye and then extended a hand. Slowly but powerfully, it penetrated the huge ball of blazing light. "How is this possible?" Apocalypse was still delivering the same uninspired, death-triggering villainous lines. He opened his eyes wide and saw Superman tear open the ever-growing white ball of light. The high-temperature heat was enough to evaporate steel, and the violent energy was enough to burn any living thing to ashes, but it didn't cause fatal harm to Luke. He was in the white ball of light that enveloped half the block as if he had entered the interior of the sun. The suit was constantly being damaged and repaired. His body was constantly charred and then healed. "Do you feel despair now?" Luke's face was expressionless. His arm, which was burned to the bone, gripped Apocalypse's neck tightly. "I can't kill you, but I can drag people down with me." Apocalypse, whose body was covered with cracks and about to burst, cried out frantically. He had no idea that his life-threatening struggle would only marginally bruise Superman. That's all. Deep despair filled Apocalypse's heart. "As I said, you can't do anything." Luke choked Apocalypse and quickly took off. The hard body of the mutant god seemed like an alarm clock with a 3-second countdown. It would probably be too late to fly off the planet and throw him into space. However, there was no problem in plugging him into the body of the Phoenix. As an ancient force of the multiverse, it was connected to a different space called the White Hot Room. Even if Apocalypse exploded, it wouldn't endanger Earth. The Phoenix, imprisoned in a lightning cage, saw Apocalypse and Superman fighting further and further away from the battlefield and once again had the idea of escaping. The wings flapped, sending up huge flashes of fire, and tore through a lightning bolt as thick as a column. But before the Phoenix could squeeze out, it saw Luke flying towards it with Apocalypse, who was about to explode. What does he want to do? It first felt confused and then reacted. Don't come here. The Phoenix's mind fluctuated in panic. It finally recovered 1 or 2% of its strength. How could it be willing to return to the starting point after thousands of years of hard work? I'm sorry, but for the sake of world peace and the safety of the planet, you will have to make a small sacrifice. Luke replied faintly with telepathy. If the Phoenix could make an expression, there would definitely be several question marks on its head. I'm not from Earth. Why should I make sacrifices? And as a superhero, you're the one who should be doing this, right? The Phoenix wanted to say something more, but Luke was too lazy to listen anymore. Apocalypse was shoved into the other party's mouth. Boom! High in the sky, the explosion didn't happen. Only an invisible shockwave dispersed the clouds. Thank you for your sacrifice for Earth. I will remember you. Luke briefly observed a second of silence. Captain America, standing on the top floor of Hotel Inferno, was puzzled. What happened to the big fire Phoenix? Why is it gone? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon and new One Piece fanfic. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Today marks the 300th day of continuous uploads and translation. Thank you. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 382, Chapter 379 Sated Galactus, Incomplete Phoenix. Fuck you. Before the Phoenix disappeared, Luke vaguely felt a telepathic wave of anger. He smiled and shook his head, he must have been hearing things. Despite hardships, Phoenix Force crossed the starry sky and came to Earth to save the people of Las Vegas from danger. It had such a fearless spirit, how could it possibly swear? This obviously didn't make sense. Maybe, it said, thank you for the opportunity. Luke nodded his head. Phoenix Force came to the Earth, passing through the Western Hemisphere to the Eastern Hemisphere, causing inevitable catastrophes along the way. Now he gave it a chance to save hundreds of thousands of innocent lives and thus completed its redemption. He thought that the Phoenix would surely be grateful. A perfectly logical trail of thought. I am really a kind person. Luke showed a satisfied smile. He not only indirectly saved Las Vegas but also prevented a crisis. Incidentally, letting the guilty Phoenix successfully redeem itself. It felt good to be a good person. What are these? Luke was about to fly to Hotel Inferno and leave the task of cleaning up the mess to Captain America. He consumed so much that he had to bask in the sun for several days before he could recover. The skin and flesh of his arm, which were burned to the bone, was growing back. The tattered suit was gradually restored to its original state. As soon as the Phoenix disappeared, a cloud of sparks suddenly appeared. They were between illusion and substance as if they were transparent crystals. In the time it took Luke to observe, several pieces scattered and disappeared or flew away as streams of light. Fragments of. He grabbed a few pieces with a quick glance, and then there was a warm, soft feeling. On closer inspection, there were flame-like patterns flickering and flowing within. It's like eating a super pill. Luke tried to absorb one. He's in good shape anyway, and there's nothing wrong with him. Like flaming crystals, the fragments were transformed into ripples of power that were incorporated into his body. Luke felt a wave of pleasure spreading from his tailbone all the way to his brain. The energy that would have taken days to recover in the sun was instantly recharged like a game character drinking a healing potion, instant full health. Beyond that, he tracked the fragment of Phoenix Force. He vaguely looked into the endless pure white space, in which there was a huge cocoon. Countless energy threads were wrapped around it, interweaving with shining light. This was the real Phoenix Force. It was the embodiment of a concept. It wouldn't die. It wouldn't disappear. Even if it had been seriously injured by the Iron Fist, it could reconstruct itself. Even if it were hit by Apocalypse suicide bomb, at most, it would just go back to the white-hot room to recuperate and sleep. Actually, it just strengthened a little bit of physical strength, with no obvious increase. Luke said with some disappointment as he withdrew his gaze. This wasn't in line with his expectations. The gap was relatively large. The Phoenix Force was one of the three ancient powers of the Marvel Universe and was one of the most powerful plugins in the universe. Jean Grey got a fragment, became the host, and directly became an Omega mutant. She beat Professor X and Magneto and almost destroyed the world when she went to the dark side. It didn't seem to do much for me, except for a few seconds of pleasure. Luke grabbed the remaining pieces and planned to give them to White Queen to see if she could become a famous Phoenix host. The Phoenix Force seemed to be particularly fond of mutants. In the comics, except for Captain Marvel and Thanos, son of Thanos, the other hosts were talented mutants. If it was given to Captain America or Howard, there was a high probability that it wouldn't have much effect. With this in mind, Luke's interest in the Phoenix Force faded. It belonged to the kind of power that had a high upper limit but was difficult to raise. The Phoenix Force, in its full state, was a multiverse-class entity. Restart the universe, or destroy it, face off against the living tribunal and take on the 5 deities. But the complete Phoenix Force, like a sated Galactus, was a pseudo-concept. There was no such thing. The Phoenix Force's main body wanders the universe in search of a host. The rest stay in the white-hot room, channeling the emotions and spirit of cosmic life. The most powerful of all hosts, Jean Grey, had never come close to completing its form. No matter whether it was the Dark Phoenix or the White Phoenix form, it only reached an all-father level. Instead of going through the hassle of collecting the Phoenix Force, it's better to brush up on your reputation. Luke gave up the idea of being a host when he realized that there was no direct ratio between pay and gain. Of course, the main thing was that he didn't know if the Phoenix would retain its previous memories when it was reborn. If he kept it, then there was a possibility that it would beat him to death. Where's the Firebird? When Luke flew to Hotel Inferno, it was all over. Howard finally put his mind at ease and started asking questions like a curious toddler. It completed its heroic mission to save the innocent citizens of Las Vegas and returned to its home. Luke leaned into the executive seat reserved for Mephisto and completely reclined. He seemed to have kept Apocalypse at bay, but it took a bit of effort to really tackle the mutant god. Clearly, I am a pacifist, so why should I be forced to do anything? Luke shook his head and sighed. As everyone knew, he didn't like violence. Only when he was forced to do would so he use his fists to reason with someone. Work with the municipal government to clean up the mess. The task of counting the losses will be left to you, Steve. Luke left all that tedious work to Captain America, the only one fit for the job. It looks like tonight's bachelor party is a bust. Howard was a bit disappointed. He had a lot of excitement in store for Steve. It was guaranteed to be a new experience that Captain America had never tried before. I don't mind that, but should we postpone the wedding? I can't guarantee that I'll be able to handle everything in Las Vegas in such a short time. Steve was the spiritual embodiment of the American soldier, with a very high sense of awareness. In order to restore order to the locals of Las Vegas, he offered to postpone his own wedding. If this conversation had been broadcast live, many people would have been touched by it. That's not necessary. A team of SHIELD agents will be here tomorrow. Luke didn't want to spoil Captain America's wedding date. He was looking forward to seeing the Winter Soldier swallow this bitter wine. I don't think we'll be able to throw a bachelor party, so I'll go back to Brooklyn and make up for it. Howard heard this and winked at Luke. He had an appointment with the succubus tonight. However, Hotel Inferno can hold a charity party, with the main theme of raising money to rebuild Las Vegas, with Howard as the initiator and leader of the donors. In order to give Howard, the pervert, a taste of what it's like to be drained, Luke turned and added these words. He also gave Mephisto a knowing look. The old devil nodded quietly, indicating that he would suggest that the succubus should intensify her efforts. After the important things were settled, Luke looked for a room to lie down. Before he fell asleep, he folded his hands and whispered, "I hope that Howard's okay. I don't think it would kill anyone, right?" Probably. On the peaks of the California mountains, the mutants, who were too afraid to move about, waited for Apocalypse to return. The great god has fallen. It wasn't until the sun was setting that Caliban, who could sense his compatriots, suddenly fell to his knees with a shocked look on his face. He couldn't accept that the legendary mutant god would fail and die. What? This can't be. Some people were reluctant to believe it. Apocalypse fell. Apocalypse has fallen. Then should we break up? You go back to your Cairo, and I'll go back to my Berlin. It was Eric, the teenager, who finally made the suggestion to break up the group. His feelings for Apocalypse weren't deep, and he didn't regard him as a god like the others. Although Eric thought that the Black King Sebastian Shaw was the nightmare that tormented his life. But it must be admitted that, while he hated the other party with a passion, he also absorbed some of his ideas and concepts. Worshipping a god was something that only the foolish, the backward, and the weak do. All Eric could think about was how to have power comparable to that of the gods. And how to use this power to change the world. After he escaped from Auschwitz, he wandered from place to place, living at the bottom of the social ladder. This child who hadn't become Magneto yet had seen the sufferings of too many compatriots and experienced too many wicked things under human hands. You would betray the great god. The great Apocalypse. Caliban turned his head and stared at Eric, who was trying to slip away. His eyes were fierce. He wasn't loyal to Apocalypse, but he never thought of betrayal. First, the news was too sudden, and Caliban had some doubts about his judgment. Second, these mutants who got together through Apocalypse were undoubtedly a valuable asset. Caliban worked as a black market businessman, dealing with local warlords and private militants in Egypt. He was well aware of the need to gather a group of fighters and build up a force. Therefore, it was impossible to let his fellow mutants leave so easily. You said, Apocalypse has fallen. It's useless for us to stay here. It's better for us to go our separate ways. Eric's youthful face revealed a hint of seriousness. Oh, where can you go? No passport, no cash, no driver's license, nothing that can prove your identity and lead a normal life. You have nothing. Caliban smiled soberly and sent out a series of questions. They traveled across the country and across the states, all using Apocalypse's ultra-long-range spatial transmission. With the loss of Apocalypse, the mutants were left without support and were at a loss as to what to do. We need to confirm the news of the fall of the great god, Apocalypse, and then think of other ways. Caliban deliberately excluded Eric and isolated him. As for cash and identification, I used to do business in this area, so I can handle it. With the above necessities, Caliban easily became the leader of the mutants. Eric, on the other hand, was ignored because he was too young, and his words had no weight. In desperation, he could only follow the majority. A flash of light pierced the clouds from over Nevada. The fragment, like a flame crystal, seemed to have found its target. It flew down and into Eric's body. The latter simply rubbed his neck, feeling a little hot, not knowing what was going on. This scene happened all over the world. For example, in the Mutant Academy in Westchester County. Another example was in the deep-sea prison of Atlantis, where a pale young man was paralyzed in bed. The Phoenix Force was scattered, but its hosts began to appear. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 383, Chapter 380 Hell is up ahead, depleted XP. The Phoenix Force's shards were looking for a suitable host, but Luke, who knew this, didn't care. Even Apocalypse, the god of mutants, was no match for him. Unless it's Dark Phoenix Jean Grey who traveled through time and space to come and fight him, there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, Superman and Apocalypse had a big fight, so he needed to recuperate, although that was just a pretext to relax a bit. However, after saving the world, it's no big deal to be lazy for a while. Therefore, Luke left the job of cleaning up the mess to Captain America, and he simply slept in the luxurious suite in Hotel Inferno. Unfortunately, this peaceful sleep didn't last long. A quick knock on the door woke him up. Superman has to get up too. Luke shook his head and looked through the wall to see who was coming and helplessly said so. He slowly climbed out of bed and slowly opened the door, like a slow-moving old man. The knocking on the door was increasingly urgent and seemed to be in a constant rush. The more so, the slower Luke was. It took him 10 minutes to walk from the bedroom to the entrance, which almost killed the man outside. "Have you been up all night?" Luke, in his robe, saw Howard standing against the wall, his legs weak, his eyes had 2 dark circles around them. The latter had disheveled clothes and disheveled hair as if he had been robbed. There was only a pair of shorts on the bottom half of his body and several visible scratches on his bare chest and arms. In terms of this image alone, it was more in keeping with a colorful group of people who had just joined a rave party and had been involved in a multiplayer match. Let me in first." Howard was stammering and stuttering, with a hint of fear on his face. It was as if some terrible beast was chasing behind him. Luke showed a subtle smile, then made room and helped Howard, who was struggling to walk, into the room. In just one night, he seemed to have lost several pounds, and his whole body looked frail. "Were you kidnapped by some Middle Eastern bandits and left to starve in a cave for a week?" Luke knowingly asked, and by the way, kindly handed a glass of milk to supplement Howard's nutrition. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he now looked like he had been starved. Compared with the original self, he really looked a lot different. It's terrible. It's hell. After drinking the milk, Howard looked scared, as if he remembered some horrible images. He crouched in the corner of the sofa, like a helpless girl who was repeatedly abused, with tears in his eyes. "What's the matter with you? Do I need to call the police?" Howard Stark was assaulted and severely traumatized. Luke lets out a gleeful laugh. "When you walk by the sea, you will inevitably get your shoes wet." In the last trip to Paris, the vampiress didn't leave a deep enough shadow on Howard's mind. He wondered if this time, the succubus had made him understand that there was always a knife hanging above his head when he did these things. "Here's the thing," Howard sobbed as he confided. He never expected that an encounter would turn into a catastrophe. Set the hour hand back to 8 hours ago. Wearing a flashy suit and cologne, Howard arrived at the room he had reserved. He had already finished making the arrangements. With rose petals sprinkled on the bed and the dim light of a few candlesticks, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Red wine, a great meal, plus the enchanting scent of lavender in the room. The corner of Howard's mouth hooked up, the mood was almost set, and the next step was, he. At this thought, he felt a faint heat in his lower abdomen and a surge of energy waiting to be unleashed. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Howard couldn't wait to open the door, and he pulled out the rose he hid behind his back. "You're a real charmer, Howard." The enchanting succubus took the rose, sniffed it, and then threw it away, hugging Howard, who was stroking his mustache. "So direct. You don't even want to talk about it." Howard's heart jumped when he saw the succubus lift her leg and shut the door, a sight he had never seen before. Wouldn't it normally be better to start with a couple of drinks and a few words about sex to gradually bring the conversation to this point and then be honest with each other? The red wine. Howard held the overly aggressive succubus in his arms and looked over at the two tall glasses placed beside the candlesticks. "I don't like to drink that." The succubus licked her lips and refused. "What about the steak?" Howard retreated to the edge of the bed, looking more like the passive party. "You're so cute, sweetheart. I just want to eat you now." Then, there was the sound of clothes tearing off and sucking as they were whipped around in a lively melody. 20 minutes later, Howard leaned against the bed with a satisfied expression and lit a cigarette. A new experience, a new technique, a new feeling. In a word, he felt good. "Howard, are you still okay?" The enchanting voice of the succubus reached his ears. How could a real man say no? 30 minutes later, Howard was satisfied again and lit another cigarette. Again. Like a diner who hadn't eaten her fill, the succubus continued to order. Again, and again. "Wait!" Howard shouted weakly and volunteered for a truce. Then he ran out of bed and rushed to the toilet. "You know what? I didn't sleep, I didn't rest, I didn't even finish the cigarettes. For 8 hours." Howard said indignantly. The succubus of hell, didn't they pay attention to a sustainable progression? In the end, he kneeled on the bed. Looking ahead at what should be a tempting prospect, but it felt like a never-ending hell that could never be satisfied. It was simply despairing. "I see. You ran out of ammunition and food." Luke threw a sympathetic look. A succubus from hell, were they something easy to sleep with? Let's just say that Howard was still too young and lustful to know the dangers of hell. "I warned you." Boys should protect themselves when they are away from home. Luke tried to hold back his smile and made himself appear sincere. I want to go back to New York, have a good rest, and concentrate on scientific research. Howard's eyes looked determined as if he had an epiphany. No more sleeping with the succubus. I also specifically mentioned it to Mephisto. I told him to get more people of other races to add to the nuance in Hotel Inferno. Luke deliberately said so. For example, centaurs, demonesses, female elves. Howard shook his head vigorously. After 8 hours of hard work, he was numb. Women were just walking flesh that didn't move him in any way. It seems you have really found yourself this time and came to your senses. Luke smiled with relief and turned to ask, how about a female angel? When the expressionless Howard heard that, although his body had been hollowed out, he still couldn't resist his inner impulse. He subconsciously showed a he expression. You've got nothing left in you, and you're still thinking about angels. Luke suddenly became speechless. Sure enough, the playboys were indifferent. It was hard for them to change their ways. They just occasionally drained that XP bar. Caliban, Eric has a fever. In a motel near the highway in California, a mutant ran over and said so. That boy, he's only holding us back. Caliban took a sip of his beer and looked disgusted. If it weren't for Eric's rare talent, he would have left him. Magnetic control, if placed in the Middle East where the warlords were fighting, would be equivalent to a weapon of mass destruction. Where can I find a doctor in this shithole? Caliban spat, unable to think of a solution for a while. This mutant group was too conspicuous. Strangely dressed, with different skin colors and accents, they could easily attract attention from local residents and police. So, he temporarily found a motel and took control of the owner, and made it their temporary home. A few hours ago, Caliban learned about the explosion in Nevada through the radio. He could tell that Apocalypse was probably a cold corpse by now. Then, his task became how to take these mutants out of the United States. Avoiding S.H.I.E.L.DSIs and the police wasn't easy. Is anyone there? Outside the motel, a Ford sedan stopped. A couple with their children got out of the car. They pushed open the door and asked, "Hello. I'm sorry to disturb you." Seeing a group of strange people with different clothes and different skin colors in the hotel, the couple quickly withdrew. "Are you a doctor?" Caliban glanced at the ID hung around the man's neck, frowned, and asked. I work in Monterey Park Hospital in Los Angeles." The man nodded his head. "Then come in and fix him." Caliban gestured to the buff man standing outside the door, who picked up the parked Ford sedan with one hand. Then, several people gathered around and blocked the couple's way. Binge. Read next 60 chapters and advance access to One Piece FF on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 384, Chapter 381 S.H.I.E.L.DS Movements, Towards the Sea of Stars. Exhausted, Howard returned to New York with Captain America, to prepare for the upcoming wedding. Luke had to go to the White House to attend a meeting first, because of the appearance of Apocalypse in Nevada, and the Phoenix. The economic losses and casualties in Las Vegas were not small and a credible report must be given. Then again, the international situation was tense. Any trouble would arouse the vigilance of the White House. Feels like coaxing a child. This was how Superman really felt inside. To him, the president in the White House and the generals in the Pentagon seemed like frightened children. I better go into space before it's too late. After 2 hours of recollections, Luke left the White House and flew to the headquarters building near the Potomac River. Las Vegas suffered heavy losses. The National Guard had sent out search and rescue teams, and S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't far behind. Several teams of agents, led by Nick Fury, were on their way there. Apocalypse is not alone. He's surrounded by a large number of followers. Peggy pushed open the door to the director's office. She sat down in her chair with a graceful gesture and pushed the papers over to him. 16 mutants, that's a lot of power. In America, Luke, who just got off the plane and attended the White House meeting, opened the file and glanced at it. Apocalypse was gone now, but his followers were still roaming the land. Right now, no one knew what their abilities were and who they were. The only thing that was clear was Caliban, who he once met in Cairo. It was he who, with the warlord's personal weaponry, blew up Apocalypse's pyramid, sparking the battle that followed. He was later taken under Apocalypse's wing. According to the temperament of the god of mutants, whenever he encountered a compatriot, he would give the other a boost to enhance their strength. Presumably, all the followers and believers who followed Apocalypse would benefit. They have to be kept under control. Who knows what kind of trouble they might cause? Luke closed the file and whispered. He had been pushing for a mutant registration bill recently. They couldn't afford to have any incidents of a terrorist nature at this critical moment. Moreover, mutants did come under the jurisdiction of SHIELD. As a large institution, it had a specialized facility to shelter mutants. In addition to the White Queen's Cavil Academy for the Gifted, Stryker's Task Force and other related medical departments under SHIELD. That's right. Before, when he grabbed benefits from Congress, Luke specially applied for first-class medical facilities and medical staff for those mutants with genetic defects. On the one hand, it could win people's hearts so that those mutants who lived in poverty could accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s management and have a sense of belonging. On the other hand, he didn't pay for it himself, so it didn't matter if he did something nice. Just send Logan and Victor out. They have had nothing to do recently. Emma has called me several times to complain about the Real Men's Club and the mess it has made in school. Back at SHIELD in Washington, D.C., Luke had a lot of work to do. First of all, Logan and Victor, the two troublesome guys, organized a Real Men's Club as teachers. To join the club, one had to prove that they were a real man. For example, after smoking a cigar, do 50 push-ups in one sitting. It looked like a replica of the fraternity in traditional American universities. Most of the tests were pranks or jokes. This unhealthy trend spread rapidly in the academy. 2 days ago, Emma, the White Queen, was furious because they had gone too far. Using mind control, Logan and Victor engaged in a wrestling game in front of the entire student body. The scene was said to have spiraled out of control and almost resulted in a disaster. They really aren't fit to be teachers. Peggy grimaced as she remembered the two tall, hairy, strong men wrestling together. Beasts are suitable for the battlefield. Schools are no place for them. Luke nodded in agreement. The main reason for this was that the Mutant Academy had only recently been opened, and there was a shortage of teachers. Otherwise, Logan and Victor, two foul-mouthed, uneducated guys, wouldn't have made it into the teaching staff. All right. It's time to kick them out of school and throw them where they belong. Luke shrugged his shoulders and said so. He guessed that, with Apocalypse's discerning eye, the potential of those who follow him would never be low. I wonder if Magneto would be there. The director's eyes flashed. Young Charles had become his student. What about Magneto? Together, they were the best of the best. The future of mutants was in their hands. Moreover, these two friends and rivals could also form a bond. What else should I be looking at in the near future? Now, S.H.I.E.L.D was a big family. Even with Peggy's share, Luke still needed to deal with a lot of work. Sitting in this position, not only could he get benefits from Congress, but he also had to shoulder certain responsibilities. He gradually realized the hard work behind the bald director's misappropriation of public funds. Hydra. Peggy turned over the schedule, looked up, and said, Dr. Zola and Baron Strucker. What are you going to do with these two Hydra brains combined? Of course, it's Hydra against Hydra. Luke thought for a moment and turned to reply. Hydra was a great tool to get a Kryptonian ship. He's been eyeing that quest reward for a long time. Letting Baron Strucker, together with Dr. Zola, take over the other factions of Hydra and finally consolidate their forces. That's how you get the most out of a tool. The most admirable thing about villains was that they were efficient and suitable for doing dirty work. What about the vampire you brought back? She went to Boston, Chicago, Detroit, New York. The family is expanding fast. What's S.H.I.E.L.D going to do about it? Peggy asked with a somewhat bemused look. There's no conflict, right? Luke raised an eyebrow, knowing that the vampire clan of the North American continent, which had quietly developed the Familiars, had deep roots that would be hard to shake for a while. Plus, the two vampire families didn't see eye to eye with each other, and a blood feud could easily develop. At first, there was a little friction. Later, your vampire destroyed several clan strongholds. She killed her kin, even more ruthlessly than hunters. Peggy showed some rather gory photos of the scene and continued, silver bullets, holy water, ultraviolet lights, all sorts of things were used to scare the council into making peace. As the second-in-command of S.H.I.E.L.D, she knew a lot of secrets. Comatage, the three sanctums. Vampires and werewolves, various clans and covens. Even Wakanda and Asgard's 9 realms. Luke didn't hide anything, he mentioned everything. Selene is such a character. I've heard that the underworld people call her the goddess of the moon. Luke wasn't surprised to learn that the Vampire Council in the North American continent had developed a large familiar clan with ties to many politicians. Unless they were tired of living or looking for some excitement. If not, it was impossible for them to actively mess with SHIELD and Superman. For the expansion of the Corvinus family, S.H.I.E.L.D will turn a blind eye and wait until the Magic Congress is fully established, and all the rules will be settled. Luke went on and on, taking care of all the accumulated work. He felt like a student waiting until the last day of the holidays to work on his summer homework. About the trade channels of Atlantis, the placement of vampires and werewolves, the deep cooperation with the three sanctums, the Hell Group's hotel chain. He needed to give the final word on all these matters. I'm obviously Superman, but I'm doing Batman's job. Luke helplessly thought so. Do you have a new project? Peggy, who had been busy until mid-afternoon, was tidying up the papers on her desk when she suddenly looked up and asked. Why do you ask? Luke was slightly surprised. You usually hate these tedious tasks and usually don't bother to ask questions, but today you listed clear rules and regulations on how to deal with them. Are you planning on leaving? As one of the people who warmed his bed, Peggy's intuition was very keen, and she could detect something strange. Don't worry, I won't leave without a word, like last time. Luke chuckled lightly. There was still some time before his journey through the Sea of Stars. No matter where you go, I will take care of SHIELD. Peggy's lips slightly parted as she held the documents and whispered the words. The three of us, tonight. Hey, don't go so fast, it's not like you've never tried it before. Luke watched Peggy, who had quickened her pace and pushed her way out of the door, and withdrew his smile. Soon, it was time for Steve's wedding. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 385, Chapter 382 Bucky, a bitter happy occasion. Captain America's wedding was held in Long Island, Manhattan. It wasn't Steve's intention to make a big deal out of it. He preferred frugality and prudence to wastefulness. With or without money, he had always lived a simple life. It's just that, for the Brooklyn-born Captain America, he didn't understand how important the wedding was to the bride. What do you think of Old Joseph's Tavern? Steve asked Luke about this before preparing for his trip to Las Vegas. It's just a fill-in-the-blank question that's a dead giveaway. Fortunately, Luke stopped this behavior that might make the bride run from this marriage and arranged the venue at the Long Island estate that Howard used for his holiday. You know, if Marjorie saw that the venue you'd booked was a crummy bar at least 20 years old, she'd jump in a car and leave. Luke walked around the Long Island estate. He was a key member of the groomsmen today. He also made a guest appearance as a witness to Captain America's wedding. I just don't think it's necessary to get married and invite a bunch of unfamiliar guests. Despite being an Army colonel and a senior member of SHIELD, Steve still maintained a simple outlook. Well then, respectable Captain America, will your words of wisdom work on your own fiancé? Luke's mouth curled up in interest as he asked. Steve scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He remembered the time when he quarreled with Marjorie when he could not even eat a hot meal at home and had to wash his own dirty clothes. He even had to sleep on the sofa and lose his mating rights completely. It all started when they discussed which band should be invited to the wedding. Marjorie loved country ballads, but Steve preferred jazz. After that, Captain America, who didn't understand a woman's heart and tried to force his way with reason, was put out in the cold. Howard and I agree that we should try our best to avoid reasoning with women. They are emotional creatures who prefer romance and surprise. Rigid reasoning will only lead to quarrels. Luke patted Steve on the shoulder and earnestly said so. I don't want you to be kicked out of the house one day and end up on the streets, calling me and begging me to take you in. Captain America's face looked bitter. His relationship with Marjorie was generally stable, and it shouldn't reach that state. Melina, who accompanied Luke to the wedding, Peggy and others had already gone to pick up the bride. Only the groomsmen, such as Howard, Bucky, Luke, and Colonel Phillips, were at the estate. Where's Howard? Steve looked around and only saw the staff responsible for setting up the venue, but not Howard, who was usually an active member. This was a bit abnormal. Knowing that he started screaming about a month ago, he was going to hook up with the bridesmaids group to complete the wedding bash achievement set. Hasn't he recovered? All Steve knew was that Howard suddenly suffered a serious illness and went back to New York to rest for a few days. He didn't know the details. The doctor said he was malnourished and had overindulged in sex and needed to take it easy. At this time, he's probably sleeping in his room. Luke said, holding back a laugh. Howard specially asked me to take a message. He said he would show up later and won't attend the celebration or the banquet afterward. Steve expressed his understanding. He heard that Howard was suffering from difficulties in his scientific research and was overwhelmed by his worries. Talented people aren't only gifted but also hardworking. With this in mind, Captain America had a change of heart towards Howard. Unexpectedly, underneath the facade of immodesty, he had a heart for science. Do I need to do something now? Steve gazed in the direction of the gates of the estate with a hint of nervousness and apprehension in his eyes. But today was his wedding. This was the most important day in his short and wonderful life. Relax, it's not time yet. You should try on the groom's suit first. Luke reached out and hooked Steve's broad shoulders as they walked together towards the estate. As dusk fell, the sun set over Long Island. Inside the estate, in the hall, the brilliant light of the crystal chandelier filled every inch of the space while a ballad band played in the corner of the stage, their melodious and relaxing tunes flowing through the air. The spacious hall was packed with hundreds of people, with a steady stream of invited guests pouring in. The entrance to the estate was filled with cars, and the guests flocked in groups, dressed in suits and finery as if they were attending a celebrity party. "Colonel Rogers, congratulations," said the man who walked into the hall, held Steve's palm with a smile on his face. After exchanging a few pleasantries and waiting for the other man to leave, Captain America lowered his voice and asked, "Who is he?" "The Pentagon's War Department's Michael, or Jackson something. I forgot." Luke, who was in charge of the guests, grinned and said, "He's just a nobody, but his father is famous and well connected in the Senate." "Then why did he come to my wedding?" Sending out invitations and confirming the number of people at the party was a job for Luke and Howard. If they filtered through the criteria of relatives, friends, and neighbors, Captain America's wedding might seem deserted. His parents were both deceased, and he had no other relatives apart from Bucky. Even if they added the neighbors from upstairs and downstairs, they couldn't make up double digits. A wedding has to be a big affair so that Marjorie would be happy with it. "It's the best moment of her life," Luke said in a familiar tone. "By the way, the president and his wife will come over later. I gave them 10 minutes for a speech. I also invited important people from the Pentagon's Navy and Army, with about 30 generals attending. This is politics." In the business sector, Howard sent invitations to Boeing, North American Airlines, and General Electric. "Originally, I was going to invite some Hollywood stars. Melina asked your fiancé. She especially likes Kathleen Hepburn. Unfortunately, she's making a movie with Elizabeth Tyler. It's too late to inform her." Steve was dizzy. He didn't know any of the big names at the top of the pyramid, let alone the so-called business tycoons and movie stars. None of that matters. The wedding is going to be a big enough affair to make the headlines tomorrow morning, and that's the key. Luke had a business smile on his face and faintly said, "After decades, your wife will still remember this day." "Steve, only if she is satisfied. You can enjoy the wonders tonight." Captain America, who didn't even have a driver's license, thought for a while but didn't respond. As the reception progressed, the atmosphere grew livelier and livelier as guests mingled and laughed. As the main characters, the couple said their vows and exchanged rings in the presence of the priest to seal their sacred wedding vows. Humph. The invited Winter Soldier, with an awkward face, sat in a corner seat. Accustomed to his combat uniform, he felt uncomfortable in a suit. Especially the enthusiastic eyes of the female guests, Bucky couldn't wait to escape from this place. However, Hydra gave him the mission. It was to obey Superman and all the orders of SHIELD. Therefore, he could only endure the discomfort, turn anger into appetite, and deal with the Boston lobster on his plate. The long table was full of top-level cuisines of various countries and customs. Howard probably emptied the wine cellar of the estate, and there was a faint smell of alcohol in the hall. Glug glug. Glug glug glug. Bucky chewed the fresh lobster meat and gulped down the cocktail. Every time the waiter passed by with the tray, he swept the food into his stomach. If you looked at the man's gritted teeth and depressed look, you might think that he was here to steal the bride away. You don't look very happy. Luke, who finished his wedding speech, leaned over with a glass of champagne. On his arm was Melina, who looked very charming. Peggy. As the second-in-command of SHIELD, it was only natural for her to take on a sociable role on such occasions. How can that be? It's just the marriage of a bastard I don't know, and it's not worth any emotional turmoil. Bucky stared at the newlyweds who were standing on stage and smiling sweetly, and his tone involuntarily became complicated. In the depths of his mind, some fragments of memory seemed to emerge, piecing together a complete picture. My best friend got married, but I'm not as happy as I thought I would be. For some reason, there was a crack in his closed-off heart, and these words came out. Glug glug. Glug glug glug. Bucky finished the drink on the table, looked at Luke, and expressionlessly asked, "Is there any vodka here?" Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 386, Chapter 383. The first host, Magneto. Extra chapter, "Cause You Deserve It." On the other side of Manhattan, Captain America was having a wedding, which was very lively. While at the highway in Nevada, a jeep carrying Logan and his grumpy brother Victor sped off to California. The sparks of the cigar were faintly visible in the darkness of the night. The greenish-gray smoke was exhaled and then blown away by the cold wind coming in through the windows. "Logan, we have to find a way to get back in the game. We've got to get back at that woman." Sabretooth, in the passenger's seat, was sharpening his nails, showing his ferocity. He was humiliated at the Mutant Academy when he got into a public wrestling match with his brother. Those shameful, disgusting, and disgusting images seemed to have been deliberately reinforced, and they would pop up in his mind from time to time. The nasty principal is a psychic, and she could easily play with us if she wanted to. Logan was holding the thick cigar in his mouth, playing it cool, compared to his grumpy older brother's rage. Wolverine didn't become refined and easygoing after being a teacher for a few days. The main reason was that the White Queen, Emma Frost, was the sister of his girlfriend, Silver Fox. If he got into any kind of deep and unresolved hatred, it would only affect his lifelong happiness. "Look at you now, Logan." Sabretooth's tone seemed sullen and angry, as if he resented his brother. "You're blinded by that woman. You lost your sharp claws and started to get weak. Pull yourself together, Logan. Don't forget that we're wild animals in the jungle and natural hunters. Emotion is a noose around your neck, it will gradually strangle you." He was upset with his younger brother's indulgence in the land of the meek, but the guy was also upset with his cranky older brother. He felt that since Logan had hooked up with that woman, his brotherhood with him had faded. Before, when they were free, they both went to the bar to drink, fight and pick up girls, even if they got rooms and had sex, they had to be next door to each other. But now, his younger brother seldom went to places like bars and had learned to turn down hot girls. What's more, he started mowing the lawn at home, going for a walk in the park, and attending family parties among neighbors. Was this still the same untamed, fierce, and wild Wolverine? Simply a domesticated husky? "You can't do this, Logan." Sabretooth earnestly persuaded Wolverine to find himself and not be fooled by women. "I don't see any problem with it." Logan had a cigar in one hand and the steering wheel in the other. "Kayla is a good woman, and she is perfect for me. Every time I'm with her, my heart calms down. All those angry and violent emotions have disappeared, leaving peace. Besides, Kayla cooks very well. Didn't you say how good her pies tasted last time?" Sabretooth's mouth was agape at the sound of his brother's public display of affections. With 10 fingers reaching out with sharp claws, he scratched a gash in the leather cushion under his butt. If I knew she made that pie, I wouldn't have eaten it." Sabretooth turned away as if he didn't want to say another word to Wolverine. "Victor, you're probably angry because you're, what's the word? I remember General Cavill mentioning it. Yes, single dog. Brother, I'll ask Kayla to introduce someone to you when I have the chance. Do you prefer mutants or humans?" Sabretooth smiled coldly. He wasn't like Wolverine, who was casually held back by a woman. "Sure. I like the wheat-skinned, athletic type. And yes, a big ass for easy delivery." Victor listed many requests, but his expression was still somewhat defiant. This wasn't a really sweet brotherhood scene. He thought he was much better than Logan. He wouldn't be softened by women's bodies and ridiculous feelings at all. Therefore, even if his brother introduced more women, he wouldn't be swayed. Then again, we are S.H.I.E.L.D.'s task force. Why are we going to investigate a missing person? Sabretooth felt the teasing look on Wolverine's face and couldn't help but cough twice and change the subject. According to the information given by the Intelligence Department, Apocalypse should have been in California before, and it's likely that his followers would travel along the highway. Logan recalled the analysis Kayla had given him and repeated it word for word. Considering the recent patrol routes, the unusual cases in California and the surrounding motels, SHIELD has reason to believe that the couple who disappeared near Highway 1, 3 days ago, is related to the mutants. "All right, let's get to it." Victor suddenly became excited. He hadn't seen blood in a long time. He hoped that those Apocalypse followers wouldn't let him down too much. Near Highway 1, a motel. Caliban was a little upset. He picked up the beer bottle on the table and smashed it at the doctor's feet. He angrily said, "It's been so many days, the fever still hasn't gone down. Are you playing tricks, trying to stall for time?" Smash! The sound of a beer bottle exploding echoed through the ground floor of the hotel. The doctor shook with fear, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. These days, he had seen the power of these mutants. When he thought of his wife and children in the hands of the other party, he was afraid to resist. "Listen to my explanation. His high fever doesn't seem to be anything illness-related." The unlucky doctor stumbled over his words. He saw the boy, Eric, and there were no obvious symptoms other than a high and prolonged fever. "Oh, you humans are always full of nonsense." Caliban was dubious. If he hadn't been worried about Eric's high fever and him dying on the way, he would have moved with the other followers. The owner of the motel, as well as the customers who came after the doctor, were all taken under control and thrown into the warehouse where the groceries were kept. Wallets, certificates, cars. All these necessities had been collected. It's just that Eric was unconscious. If he was left here to fend for himself, Caliban would lose a major weapon. But if they continued to delay, they might be tracked down by Shield and end up in trouble again. Wait another day. Caliban shrugged it off and suppressed his anger. Eric is awake. Within minutes, someone came to say that Eric, who had been in a coma for several days, had finally woken up. Caliban hurried upstairs and saw the thin child open his eyes, and a wisp of fire flashed by. Go and call the doctor up, see if the fever has gone down, healed, and we can. Caliban's voice came to an abrupt end. He saw Eric suddenly float up, with a wave of invisible power radiating out. Then, like an earthquake, the whole motel started shaking. The metal objects flew up and around Eric for no apparent reason. Are you Caliban? Eric tilted his head as if to collect his memories. He lifted his hand gently as if he were tugging at an invisible thread. Caliban only felt the blood in his body burning and a distinct pain in his heart. Someone once told me that there's iron in the human body, which is used to transport and store oxygen, to form hemoglobin. Eric's voice sounded cold, without any emotions. Your heart, liver, and kidneys are full of iron. Hiss. Hiss hiss. A cloud of blood mist suddenly erupted. In the red mist, the tiny particles, invisible to the naked eye, condensed into smooth metal pellets. Zizzy. Zizzy. Then, Eric held the metal projectile with his 2 fingers. Under his control, the projectile rapidly rotated, sending up a cloud of silvery white sparks. Snap! It shot out, hitting Caliban's body. The fragile human body was like a foam board. It shot straight through. The powerful kinetic energy, like a bombardment, reduced flesh and blood to mush in seconds. I am the Phoenix. Eric's eyes grew brighter, and the building above his head broke open. He slowly flew up and floated overhead. Master of Magnetism Magneto. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 387, Chapter 384. The second host, Charles. When Wolverine and Sabretooth arrived at the motel, the wreckage was in full view. Was this a bombardment? Logan learned a lot of new words from the young director when he was working as a sunbag at SHIELD. Looking at the ruins of the motel through the window, he couldn't help feeling this way. The collapsed brick wall and the cracked concrete floor looked as if a hand had come down and leveled the building. It was hard to imagine that a human being could have caused such devastation, just like natural disasters. Logan stepped out of the car, lifted his hand and lifted the yellow tape that sealed off the scene, and flashed his badge at the police. The silver eagle emblem reflected a blindingly bright light in the midday sun. SHIELD. Agent. Logan, with a thick cigar in his mouth, leather boots, and a leather jacket, said indifferently. He didn't look like a federal agent at all, but the wild temperament of a gangster. With his rugged looks and full beard, Wolverine was often categorized as a not a nice guy type of dangerous person. S.H.I.E.L.D. The young policeman who reached out to stop the intruder hesitated and didn't release his grip on the holster. Let them in. It looks like we're done here. The slightly older policeman pulled away his colleague, walked over, and said so. S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Superman, wasn't a secret department. Or, to be more precise, Its existence wasn't deliberately kept secret. However, anyone who was a fan of Superman and a regular newsreader would have heard of SHIELD. I'm sorry, the new rookie is a little too nervous. The older police officer sent his colleagues away and briefly reported the situation. We were notified by the highway patrol at around 4:20 p.m. yesterday. It was close to 5 o'clock when we arrived at the scene. As you can see, the motel was badly damaged, but fortunately, there weren't many casualties. As for the owner and the guests, they were locked in the back warehouse and left after we took their statements. There are 2 wounded people. They were from Los Angeles, on vacation. The man is a doctor from Monterey, the woman is a nurse, and there's an 8-year-old son. Fortunately, the collapse of the building caused only minor injuries to the family, but not life-threatening ones. A brief statement was taken before they were taken to the nearby hospital. The older policeman handed the file in his arms to Logan, who glanced at it and handed it to Victor. The 2 of them got dizzy at the sight of the dense list of words, so he could only pretend to read them for a moment before clutching them under his armpit. A mutant did this. Logan exhaled a puff of smoke as he looked over at the policeman and gruffly asked, "How are you sure?" The doctor and his wife said so, and the owner of the motel, who was being held in the warehouse, and the customers who were passing by could testify to that. They saw a man who could lift a car on his back and a blue-skinned creature with beastly hair on his body. Therefore, it was initially judged to be a criminal gang of mutants operating in the area. The older policeman said seriously. In the ruins of the motel, shattered human organs and tissues were also found. According to speculation, it may have been caused by infighting between the mutants. Logan and Sabretooth, who had no criminal investigation training and usually relied on their feral instincts, listened with amazement and thought to themselves that these state police were quite professional. By the way, all the above information and conclusions are summarized by the special agent. The elderly policeman pointed to the collapsed ruins of the motel, where someone was bending down and pulling at the brick wall rubble as if looking for something. He's also an agent of SHIELD. You might know him. Logan narrowed his eyes and looked over. The other person was a tall man with dark skin, wearing a neat suit and the eagle emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. on his chest. Seemingly sensing the gaze from Wolverine, the latter showed a mouthful of white teeth and came forward. "Hello, you two." The tall man patted his palm and dusted himself off. "My name is Nicholas Joseph Fury. You can call me Nick or Fury." "Wolverine, Sabretooth. I've heard of both of you, the aces of Major Stryker's team." At the end of that sentence, Nick Fury deliberately lowered his voice so that no one else could hear him. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. attaches great importance to this case. Victor snorted coldly, and his attitude wasn't friendly. The grumpy brother didn't like human beings, which was normal. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mutant task force had always been a solitary unit. Despite appearances, led by William Stryker. But it was Peggy, the commander, or the director himself, who really gave the orders and missions. Apart from a few joint operations at the Pentagon, the task force rarely cooperated with the military. On the one hand, the missions they performed were very difficult and extremely dangerous, and ordinary troops couldn't provide help. On the other hand, there was the issue of trust between the two sides. On the battlefield, it was necessary to entrust your back to your teammates. It may be possible for mutants to do so, but not for humans. Whether one acknowledges it or not, there was always a racial divide, and it took time to bridge. I've sent the report to Washington, D.C. The director is probably still at Captain America's wedding, and he told me that it's best to keep the Apocalypse followers under the radar to reduce their influence. Nick Fury, a former driver for Superman, had a knack for reading their boss's mind. So, I hope to work with both of you. I'll mobilize the California police force to conduct a small-scale search and roundup. The fight will be up to you two. Perhaps because of Nick Fury's good attitude, Logan didn't refuse. He and Victor were also given the assignment of collecting Apocalypse's followers who were on the run in the country to prevent them from causing trouble. Wolverine looked at his grumpy brother, and they exchanged thoughts through their eyes before nodding, "No problem." He removed the cigar with his right hand and pressed it into the palm of his left hand. The sparks burned his skin and made a hissing sound. Logan, a hardcore cigarette smoker, twitched his nose and displayed his particular sense of smell. There were too many people, and the scents are too mixed, it's hard to tell. A moment later, Logan answered. With their feral instincts, the two mutant brothers were top experts when it came to tracking prey. There were about 30 people, partly human and partly mutants. Victor also used his nose to find information. He shook his head and cracked his neck. He nodded to Logan and said, "As usual. I'll go over there and chase the escaped followers. Then I'll go this way. The residual scent is a little lighter, it should be one person." The wolf looked up at the sky and thought to himself that the guy he was chasing couldn't be a bird, could it? Good luck. Nick Fury was relieved to see the mutant brothers were so accommodating. By the way, I have to add one more piece of information. The magnetic field is chaotic in this area. The signal is extremely poor, and there have been strong pulses similar to electromagnetic radiation. He took out a pocket-sized instrument, a gadget from Howard's lab. It's capable of detecting electromagnetic signals. If you want to track down the guy who flattened the motel, this should be able to help. Logan studied the instructions and pocketed it. In the direction where his grumpy brother was going, the smell was muddled, and it was clear that there were quite a few people. In the other direction, the scent was extremely faint and was very likely the culprit. Somehow, these Apocalypse followers clashed, caused conflicts, and then parted ways. Cavill Academy for Gifted Youngsters, Westchester County. What do you think is the relationship between Miss Frost and Superman? A mischievous raven jumped in front of Charles, startling his brother, who was seriously reading a book. The latter put down his book and replied, "You should pay more attention to your homework than to school gossip, Raven." Gossip? Is there any new gossip? Raven's thinking was obviously not on the same page as Charles. I mean, you should be doing your homework, not talking about the scandal between the principal and the school board member. Charles said helplessly, covering his forehead. But I'm curious. Every time Mr. Superman comes to school, he will stay in the principal's office for a long time, and we won't even see them at dinner time. Raven's little brain was showing amazing powers of observation in other areas. It's suspicious, isn't it? Charles shook his head and buried himself in his book, showing little interest. In his view, Superman was his idol, and Miss Frost was also an adult worthy of respect. They were staying in the office, probably working on academic issues. Charles, Charles, Charles. Raven, who didn't get a response, circled around Charles like a chattering, noisy duck. The latter was annoyed to hear that, and his mind erupted, trying to stop his mischievous sister's nonsense. Boom! The psychic power emanating from him attracted the flaming crystals that swept through the sky. The fragment entered Charles's mind with a whoosh, causing a tremendous jolt in his mind's eye. Charles only felt that his head was about to explode. He was out of control, radiating psychic powers. Buzz. Buzz buzz. A horrible buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the ears of everyone in the school. This is Charles. The White Queen, staying in her office, was alerted to the disturbance and went straight into her diamond form, shielding herself from the violent onslaught of psychic power. A level of ability completely beyond his age. It shouldn't be. Emma quickly arrived at the classroom. Raven was the closest and had passed out. Charles put his hands over his head and struggled to withdraw the outgoing psychic force. But he couldn't do it, and his mental faculties, which had been magnified dozens of times, were like a runaway wild horse. Not to mention control, it was a luxury even to hold it. It's okay, Charles. The White Queen walked over with some difficulty as if breaking into the eye of a storm. She spoke in a gentle tone as she chopped Charles cleanly on the nape. The psychic onslaught that enveloped the whole school and created chaos then subsided. What the hell is going on? The White Queen looked at the fallen Charles with a slight frown on her face. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 388, Chapter 385. In search of an alliance, the hosts are chosen. The Phoenix Force was broken and scattered all over the world. Eric, in California, Charles, in Westchester County. This pair of destined friends were once again connected in an unexpected way. However, besides the two of them, other hosts took this opportunity to rise again. For example, a certain loser who had failed completely and was paralyzed in bed. It's so dark. I can't see anything. The special tight-fitting diving suit outlined the slender curves of the woman in the cabin. Her waist-length, seaweed-like hair spreads out, giving her an extra touch of mysterious beauty. That's just how it is underwater. The captain's eyes were locked on the woman, like magnets attracted to each other, and he couldn't move his eyes away. This is one of the routes to the capital of Atlantis, Poseidonia, and it takes about 40 minutes to reach the outer city, where the undersea people allow human activity, around the port. The woman felt the captain's unabashedly passionate eyes that seemed to melt her. She didn't care, but pushed up her chest, making the lines even more exaggerated. Is that so? You're very knowledgeable, Stefan. The woman covered her lips lightly, her smile was charming, and her amber eyes seemed to hint at something. The long trailing tone made the man's heart skip a beat. Hiss. This unquenchable fascination. Those crew members quickly lowered their heads for fear of causing displeasure and scolding from the captain. They didn't know who this woman was. She came down to this submarine with the captain. Theoretically speaking, the trade channel to Atlantis didn't allow strangers outside the military to enter without authorization. Whether it was a merchant ship or an incoming or outgoing submarine. All members were required to have their passes checked, or they wouldn't be allowed in. But the highly qualified Captain Stefan did so as if he was possessed, trying to win the heart of a woman. This was done at the cost of a promising career and a great future. At first, the crew didn't understand. But later, when they saw the woman with their own eyes, they couldn't help but change their minds. If they could get the favor of the other party, even if they were subjected to court-martial, it would be worth it. The captain's obsession was like a terrible epidemic that was spreading rapidly. All the crew members fell in love with the mysterious woman. Even if she just looked at them one more time, it was an enormous blessing. Hair, men. The woman tossed her hair, pleased with her charm. Even the nobles of the Senate of the Roman Republic, the emperors of Persia, and the kings of England, had all fallen at their feet. It was normal for these ordinary people to indulge in her smile, and they couldn't help themselves. In this world, the only one who can resist me is probably Superman. The beautiful woman named Celine was in a complicated mood. Not being able to sleep with the other person was one of her biggest regrets. If she could have sex with the strongest and most powerful man on the planet, it would be a great enrichment of experience and position. Sooner or later, I will be able to conquer him and become a god. Celine, the Black Queen, confidently thought so. She was no longer the same. The flame-like sparkling crystal gave the mutant witch a whole new level of power. As host of the Phoenix, the Black Queen opened her palm, and a wisp of illusory flame floated and swayed on it. 2 days ago, she sensed the call of this force. At that time, Celine was in London, England, thinking about how to establish a sect, trick souls, and perform her own rituals, to become a god. The fragments of the Phoenix Force came to her on its own initiative. She immediately accepted the gift without much hesitation. Compared with Eric, Charles, who passively became a host for the Phoenix, the Black Queen was much more direct. The reason was also very simple. Celine had heard of the Phoenix Force. This was one of the advantages of living for a very long time. With long life, one could accumulate a lot of insights and things that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. That was a powerful force that once burned Apocalypse half to death. I still need to find the others. The Black Queen rolled her eyes, and her thoughts returned to the present. This was the main reason why she went to Atlantis. Mutants on Earth who were qualified to form alliances with her were basically dead. Sebastian Shaw of Hellfire Club was hammered down by Superman. Mr. Sinister Nathaniel Essex also died at the hands of Superman. In addition, the time-traveling Master Kang the Conqueror was also pleasantly sent away. The Phoenix Force isn't interested in the mutant's personality. The Black Queen remembered the former king of Atlantis, Namor, who suffered a broken back. She heard about that fool from Sebastian Shaw. His IQ was always hindered by his raging emotions, he was easy to control and single-minded. These negative comments, which seemed to be perfectly in line with someone being an idiotic teammate, had instead become positive factors for the Black Queen to choose as a partner. I need a guy like that. Celine moved. She didn't do anything but charm the captain a bit. Her seductive talent, enhanced by the Phoenix Force, was simply irresistible to ordinary people. At this time, even if the Black Queen ordered the men in the submarine to die for her, they would only swallow the muzzle of their guns and kill themselves with satisfied smiles. That. Go away. Perhaps the simp captain was noisy. The Black Queen frowned and shouted at him. All right. Being insulted like this, the captain didn't get angry but showed an understanding smile. This was the goddess's test for himself and a special treatment that only he could get. The captain left contentedly, and Atlantis was ahead. Here we are. The submarine passed through the heavy scrutiny of the Marine Corps and docked at the port in the outer city area. The Black Queen, wearing a diving suit and an oxygen helmet, opened the cabin valve of the submarine. The waterways leading to Atlantis were divided into sea trade routes and underwater transportation routes. The marine sections were mainly responsible for supplying all kinds of minerals. The underwater sector is a more secretive exchange. It was a way for the major countries to contact the rope aristocrats of the city. Atlantis. The Black Queen looked up, the magnificent walls of the city and the glorious palace that stood above the underwater island. The shuttlecrafts were moving back and forth along a dense route, creating a neat and orderly transportation system in the city. A few moments later, a conspicuously dressed Selene entered the underwater prison located in the western part of the capital. As a powerful witch and a mutant strengthened by the Phoenix Force, it wasn't difficult for her to sneak into Atlantis's prison, and its own guard force was very mediocre. The Black Queen entered as if she was entering her own backyard, not even wearing a disguise. Namer. Selene was looking for the target. The former king of the sea, who was charged with crimes against humanity, attempted destruction of the world and collaborating with extremists, was held here. Compared to the palace dormitories in the royal city, the damp, dark, and murky cells were undoubtedly an unbearable environment. But for Namer, if he could continue to live, it was already the mercy of the aristocrats. This was also because he was so badly injured that he couldn't even stand up. Namer, who had lost his popularity, his power, and everything, posed no threat to the reign of the robed aristocrats. Keeping him would help to shape the image of the benevolence of the aristocrats. Otherwise, the hypocrites wouldn't mind sentencing the fallen king to the guillotine. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 389, Chapter 386. You've been strengthened, go and deliver it. In the deepest part of the prison, inside the solid alloy prison doors, there was a figure crawling on the ground. The tattered clothing and the handcuffs on his hands and feet were all signs that he was a prisoner with a serious offense. Still alive. The prison guard took a look behind bars and then left. His daily work was very simple, just making sure the prisoners were still alive. He didn't need to consider food, hygiene, and other aspects. Another bad day. Namer slowly moved like a reptile with its bones removed. Atlantis's cell was slightly different from the surface world, with beds and sanitary facilities placed in the corner. The remaining one-third of the space was occupied by a nutrition chamber that resembled a large fish tank. Long-term dehydration was a terrible punishment for Atlanteans. Their bodies needed to be rehydrated after leaving the sea for around a week. Prisoners in prison would still have the most basic human rights. Only when they made mistakes would they be punished by cutting off the water. One day, I will return to the surface. Namer struggled to crawl and rolled into the nutrient cabin. The liquid inside was rather turbid, obviously used for a long time, and hadn't been changed over a long period of time. But this time, he didn't care about it. Half of his body was soaked in the nutrient solution, and every cell in his body was hungry for water. Namer's manic emotions also calmed down. He closed his eyes and relaxed his breathing. The stabbing pain from his broken spine felt a little better and no longer tortured him. After the double trial from the military court and Atlantis, Namer was thrown into this cell like garbage. As the aristocrats said, he lost his crown of glory and power as king and became a nobody prisoner. Like falling from the clouds into the mud. It was all because of Superman. He would never forget the heavy blow that the upright figure gave him. Howling in pain, struggling helplessly, and then returning to darkness. Neymar's self-confidence that was accumulated over decades completely collapsed under Superman's iron fist. Hiss. Memories may bring anger, despair, or hatred. The poor king, who lost everything, subconsciously turned his body. Severe pain hit his brain again. His grim face, full of depression and disappointment, became particularly fierce. It shouldn't be like this. Neymar remembered what his land-dweller father said, that he was born to rule the ocean and become the king of Atlantis. But now, he had to stay in a cramped cell in the dark. Day after day, he was wasting away. This was undoubtedly the most terrible way to torture a strong man with great ambition and aspirations. Creak. The heavy prison door suddenly opened, and a glimmer of light came in. "It smells so bad here." The charming female voice sounded, which made Neymar look up. With the dark environment, he couldn't see her face clearly, but he could roughly judge that she had an explosive body. Neymar. Against the light, the Black Queen, hidden in the shadows, stared at the bearded man who smelled like a beggar. She couldn't help but hesitate. This figure really didn't look like the Lord of the Seven Seas, the King of Atlantis. "Who are you?" Neymar asked coldly as he was lying in the nutrition cabin. Since his imprisonment, many nobles came to visit and made fun of his situation. "Someone who can save you." The corners of the Black Queen's lips hooked up. She approached him a few steps and sent a gesture of goodwill. "You're a mutant?" Neymar asked with a frown. By the light, he could see the person's face. "Without the blue skin of Atlantis." "Beautiful, enchanting, like a deadly black mandala." "Yes, we're the same." Celine bent down slightly and spoke in a seductive tone. "Your people have abandoned you here, and the robed aristocrats have called you a cold-blooded executioner and inhuman butcher, doing everything they can to smear your image. Your Majesty, Atlantis is no longer your home. It has united with the great kingdoms of the surface world against your will and against the traditions of the past." After a failure, Neymar became much calmer. Before he hit his low point, there was one thing that was undoubtedly true. Sebastian Shaw deceived him and used him. Neymar slightly frowned. The bewitching tone of the Black Queen was familiar to him. This was simply no different than Sebastian Shaw. "This is a liar," he decided. "Tell me what you need from me and what you can give me." Neymar's face was tense, trying to restrain the excitement inside. No one wanted to stay in a cell, endure the dirty environment and waste their life. Freedom was something that every prisoner in jail once had, then lost, and now yearned for. The arrival of the Black Queen brought him a glimmer of hope. "I hope you can get out of the shadow of failure, overcome your inner nightmare and find yourself again." The Black Queen revealed her chips. A brilliant flame crystal. The Phoenix Force. She had already gotten one and couldn't continue to absorb it. A Phoenix host was needed, and Celine thought that Neymar was very suitable. He was a mutant with powerful ability and great potential. Unfortunately, he met a strong enemy like Superman when he first debuted, so he suffered a disastrous defeat and lost everything. Atlanteans can easily heal your broken spine, allowing you to recover and stand up again. The Black Queen stirred up Neymar's anger, trying to keep the other party from thinking clearly and become her puppet. But they didn't. Those aristocrats allowed you to live without dignity, hiding behind the curtain and laughing. "I'm willing to give you the opportunity to take revenge and take back what belongs to you, but only if you sign a contract." Celine threw out a parchment branded with flames. She was a witch and was no stranger to the ways of the demons in hell. In this contract, there were many traps that ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to. By signing on the dotted line, the Black Queen could easily take away Neymar's soul when the job was done. After using this tool to the fullest, no matter before or after death, she could use him. Perfect. How can I trust you? Neymar glanced at the contract and warily asked. To be honest, he couldn't quite understand the obscure, tongue-twisting, and long words. The Black Queen stretched out her hand and poured life energy drawn from the usual sources into Neymar's body. It was like a medical miracle. Neymar, whose spine was broken and his lower body was paralyzed, actually felt something. He grabbed the edge of the nutrition cabin with both hands and suddenly stood up. The atrophied muscles were slowly expanding like a water-filled balloon. This is your lost strength. The Black Queen smiled and continued, I can also make you stronger. Neymar's expression looked uncertain. He hung his head as if he was thinking. After a few deep breaths, the young king, who had nothing to lose, took the contract from Celine. He bit his finger and placed his fingerprint on it. He placed his name on the contract. Very well, you made a wise choice. The Black Queen smiled with satisfaction. She handed the piece of the Phoenix Force to the other party and then said, now it's time to talk about the fulfillment part of the contract. I need you to deal with a man and hold him in check. Neymar's eyes flashed as he gradually regained his strength and asked in a deep voice, who? Your old friend. The Black Queen spat out the name softly. Superman. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 390, Chapter 387 Learn from Failure. Caught off guard, hearing Superman's name again, Neymar's tense face relaxed a little. For him, this was a taboo and nightmare that he didn't want to mention. Neptune's trident, the king's majesty, power, and status, each of the most important things to him was lost one after another. As if destined, that man was his nemesis. Every time they bumped into each other, nothing good would happen. Can I refuse? The corner of Neymar's mouth twitched a little as he coldly asked. He had a hard time getting back on his feet and didn't want to have his spine broken again and lose the ability to walk. Neymar, you're scared. The Black Queen's eyebrows are furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied. Such an ally wasn't worthy of being her tool. According to the information she got from Sebastian Shaw, Neymar should be an irritable character who was impulsive and wouldn't give up so easily. Now that he had recovered from his serious injury, his strength was taken to a new level and had improved significantly. The fire of revenge in his heart should be blazing. The Phoenix Force was the conceptual embodiment of the emotional energy and spiritual heart of universal life. However, all the selected qualities would be greatly affected by some aspects of emotion. For example, the Dark Phoenix was Jean Grey's negative personality after witnessing the death of her loved ones. If Neymar's heart was full of hatred and he wanted to get back at Superman, then he would naturally agree. I just don't want to do something that is meaningless and bound to fail. Neymar easily broke free from the shackles and whispered, who have you ever seen that go against Superman? Which one of them survived without any serious injury? Lady, I'm grateful that you came here, and I'm willing to pay the price in return for your kindness. But that doesn't mean I want to die. We only live once, and freedom is precious. I have lost these, so I treasure them even more. This answer made the Black Queen somewhat embarrassed, and Neymar didn't seem to be someone easy to fool. After thinking about it, She could only pull out the soul contract and spoke in a compulsive tone. "You are mistaken, Namor. I'm not asking you to fight with Superman, but to attract his attention and hold him back. I'm not going to lie to you. I learned the secret of becoming a god a long time ago and need a sufficient number of souls as sacrifices. But it is not easy to achieve this. If the ceremony of becoming a god is held rashly, once Superman arrives and stops it, then my efforts will be wasted, and my hard work will be ruined." Selene's beautiful face looked pitiful and made people feel sympathy. Namor's eyes flashed for a moment, and his cold expression loosened. "How long do you need?" asked the former king of Atlantis. "The opening of the ceremony of becoming a god will cause a great commotion." The Black Queen pondered for a moment and replied, "The location is in London, and Superman has been staying in Washington, D.C. lately. Considering the distance between them, you have to stop Superman for about half an hour." Namor glanced at the soul contract with the fingerprint and felt some fear. After that, he asked, "When the Black Queen became a dimensional demon god, how could he escape? Should he tell Superman that it was just a misunderstanding, a joke?" He was afraid that the other party wouldn't hesitate to hammer his brain out. "I will take you to a safe dimensional world, far away from Superman." The Black Queen seemed to have planned everything, confidently saying, "There is no doubt that he's the most powerful man on this planet. There is hardly any opponent. But if I can rise to the level of a dimensional demon god, I can leave this world and open up my own dimensional world. No matter how powerful Superman is, he won't be able to find us." Selene made a promise, even though she herself wasn't sure about the matter. But no matter what, she had to get Namor on her boat first. She was tired of relying on other people's life energy to survive. Becoming a dimension demon god and gaining eternal life was the Black Queen's long-standing goal. So, at the very beginning, she reached a partnership with Mr. Sinister and put her hopes for success on Apocalypse. Mr. Sinister craved Apocalypse's body, and wanted to get that powerful ability. The Black Queen wanted Apocalypse's soul in an attempt to gather enough shares for the ritual of becoming a god. But this plan, because of Kang the Conqueror's appearance, and Superman's chaotic entrance, ended up in failure. In desperation, the Black Queen could only choose the method quantity over quality. There were over 8 million people in Britain. Using Cthan's dark magic, the implementation of area refinement could fully satisfy the conditions she needed. Deal. Namor, who showed a tangled expression, hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded and answered. There were few roads for him to choose from. If he refused the Black Queen and provoked the other party to tear up the soul contract, he would suffer. "I just want to see the surface world and breathe fresh air before that." Namor said so and looked up. He hadn't seen the sun for a long, long time. "No problem." The Black Queen breathed a sigh of relief. She also didn't want to cause conflict with Namor and force him with a soul contract. It would be best if they could reach a mutual agreement. SHIELD. Headquarters Building, Potomac River. It had been 2 days since Captain America's wedding. The former took his new wife to Scotland for their honeymoon. Bucky, who seemed to recall something, also acted as a third wheel in their two-person world in the name of being a bodyguard. Seeing that the weather was getting colder and colder, and soon the snow would fall, Luke was deeply curious about how Captain America balanced the relationship between his wife and his best friend. However, he was busy on official business, and there was no reason to join the honeymoon trip of 3, so he had to put away the nasty jokes. the Phoenix Force selected a host. After returning to Washington, D.C., Luke received bad news from Westchester County. There was an accident in the Mutant Academy. Charles's psychic abilities went out of control. Many younger students fell into a coma and suffered injuries. And Charles, too, hadn't woken up. In addition, Apocalypse's followers in California had been arrested and taken into custody. Only a boy named Eric was left, still at large. Wolverine, who went to track him, and Sabretooth, who arrived later, were caught in the crossfire and suffered a rare defeat. It was said that they were beaten and had no ability to fight back. Luke smiled, not surprised when he saw the report written by Nick Fury. The adamantium gave the brothers an indestructible body and unimaginable destructive power. But it also became a major weakness for them, especially in front of Magneto. It was simply a natural restraint, without the slightest chance of winning. Replace them with someone else, such as Agent Zero of the Task Force or a psychic like Silver Fox. Luke shrugged his shoulders. Young Magneto didn't get a special helmet to shield telepathy, so he wasn't difficult to deal with. As for Charles, let Emma try psychological therapy to guide his emotions. That kid is smart. He should learn to harness the Phoenix Force soon. The Phoenix Force would only stimulate the host's original emotions and affect their hearts. If the will was strong enough and the psychological quality was good enough, it was possible to control the power and use it for oneself. Is there anything else? In Luke's opinion, it was all an everyday matter. With the superheroes of the Marvel Universe, only the explosion of Earth, and the destruction of the universe's level of crisis, could be called a major event. Yes. William Stryker, who was in charge of the errands, nodded his head. He managed the mutant task force instead of Luke. Therefore, the relevant work was also reported by him. Director, do you remember Naima Mackenzie? Stryker sat upright and uttered a name that was gradually being forgotten in the corner. Naima. Isn't he in an underwater prison in Atlantis? Luke raised his eyebrows and seemed to be interested. Neptune's Trident, and the Continental Shelf Oscillator, were still shelved in S.H.I.E.L.'s secret warehouse. A few hours ago, he sent a message to S.H.I.E.L.D through the mutant office in Boston. Stryker looked a little puzzled and whispered. He said he was going to report a female mutant named Selene who was preparing to commit a massive, genocide-level massacre in London. Report. Naima, the Chuanibiao, finally learned his lesson. Where is he? Luke asked. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 391, Chapter 388. You're done, please come with us. 20 minutes later, Luke, who flew to Boston, walked into a seafood restaurant. He saw Naima again after such a long time. The other party was sitting in the corner by the window, with distant eyes, staring at the port outside the window as if indulging in memories. Before resurfacing, the former king of Atlantis took care of his poor appearance a little. He washed off the rotten stench and put on new clothes. The hair that was as dry as a weed, and the greasy beard, which was tangled in a mass, was also shaved clean. In a word, he no longer looked like a sloppy beggar. But between the eyebrows, it still retained a declining aura. Naima Mackenzie. Luke sat across the table and snapped his fingers, signaling for the waiter to bring a glass of beer. Besides delicious dishes, this seafood restaurant was also a paradise for beer lovers. There were over 60 types of brews in the restaurant, which attracted nearby sailors and crew members. Superman. Namer said his name with a hint of bitterness. He remembered that when they first met, the guy was just a general of the surface country. And he was the master of the seven seas and the king of Atlantis. The identities of both sides were different, and they weren't equal. Now, he was a fugitive from Atlantis. Superman had become the third pole of the world, alone against the powerful existence of the superpowers. Sigh. The encounters of life and the misfortunes of life. Namer had mixed emotions and felt a lot of pain. I'm glad you made the decision to do so. Luke picked up the beer and gulped it down. This seafood restaurant had long been covered by S.H.I.E.L.D.S agents. The waiters at the front desk and the greeters at the door were all his own people. The real boss and staff were shivering in the kitchen. They thought it was a gang negotiation. They were silently praying that there would be no fight and too many tables and chairs damaged. Are you trying to say that you're happy to see me turn into a snitching coward, a coward who betrayed his allies? Namer laughed to himself and tilted his head back to drink his beer. His ability to read the room and understand had always been good. First of all, snitching isn't shameful. It depends on the situation. Luke shook his head. His finger stretched out and knocked on the table. According to the information you provided, Selene, the Black Queen, is planning a large-scale massacre against the citizens of London. Then, there's no doubt that she's a deranged madman, a butcher who has lost her humanity. And you, Namer Mackenzie, chose to report it. You saved 8 million innocent lives. You're a praiseworthy hero. Namer was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect his own actions would get Superman's approval. As a former enemy, he was ready to be ridiculed. As for allies, I don't think you and Selene have reached a deep and profound revolutionary friendship, have you? Luke grinned and looked at Namer. Although the Sea King in the comics was worthy of the name, he often hooked up with women. Moreover, he specialized in prying into the relationships of superheroes and liked to mention the glorious nickname of Wife Snatcher. However, intuition told him that Namer and the Black Queen weren't rolling in the sheets. The former king of Atlantis didn't look like a player who wouldn't care about the woman after rolling in the hay. If there were a real relationship, he wouldn't report Selene. Besides, the juicing ability of the Black Queen wasn't inferior to that of a succubus. Even with a strong physique like Namer, once he experienced the feeling, his legs would still become weak, and his face would look pale. Are you comforting me? Namer said wryly. When he was in prison, he thought many times about facing Superman when he returned to the surface. Tit for tat. A standoff. Or another defeat. He never thought it would turn out like this. The hated enemy was kindly comforting him, telling him that he shouldn't be burdened with guilt. No ridicule, no irony, no suppression. All this made Namer suspicious. Am I too dark and narrow-minded? Making me suspicious of Superman. But the truth is, Superman was as open and honest as the outside world saw him. Don't get me wrong, Namer. Luke chuckled. He didn't know what the former king was thinking. After drinking the big glass of beer, he faintly said, "We don't have any personal grudges. All the unpleasantness that happened before was just because of our different positions. I'm glad that you've learned enough from your mistakes and started thinking independently about what you can and cannot do. I will leave the world to those who follow the rules, and if you have learned this lesson, you won't get into any more trouble in the future." Even though Neymar was notorious in the superhero community, he was bored with nothing to do and suffered from severe Chuanibiao syndrome, which made the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D hate him for it. Especially when it came to hooking up with people's wives and spreading cuckolds, it made the vast majority of people keep away from him. But that's all for the Neymar that may appear in a future timeline. Luke didn't have too much prejudice against the young king, who had suffered a defeat before him. The most he could do was use his iron fist of righteousness to convince the other party and correct his personality. Okay, that's enough chit-chat. Luke waved his hand. Neymar was now a complete loser and posed no threat to him. Tell me, where is the Black Queen? I can ask SHIELD to negotiate with Atlantis and stop pursuing your escape from prison. In Boston, a luxury hotel. The Black Queen clasped her arms around her chest and squeezed out a deep ravine. She slightly frowned, inexplicably having an ominous feeling. Why can't I sense Neymar's presence anymore? Celine was anxious. She paced back and forth. She was confident that with the soul contract in her hand, Neymar wouldn't betray their alliance. Superman was his sworn enemy, and no matter what kind of mentality he had, he could only side with her. Humph. When I become a dimensional demon god, I will tear up the soul contract and get a powerful soul for nothing. The Black Queen made up her mind. She wasn't a philanthropist that would give away the Phoenix Force fragment for nothing. Rescuing Neymar and reaching an alliance was just something she did to get a useful tool. If I have enough time, I might be able to be like Cthan, Dormammu in the future. It was still daylight, but that didn't stop Celine from dreaming. The ritual of becoming a god was an amazing secret that she happened to get from the Darkhold a long time ago. The Black Queen hadn't implemented it yet because of her personal ability and the danger it posed. She was long tired of having her soul locked up in a mortal body. Becoming a god had become the only goal of the Black Queen. Ascension, transformation, and thus eternal life. Celine took a deep breath as if she saw the moment of her success. She would no longer need to give in to anyone. Enough to be on par with the Sorcerer Supreme, the God of Chaos, Cthan, and the Lord of Darkness, Dormammu. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted the Black Queen's wonderful fantasy. Where have you been? Celine was relieved when she opened the door and saw that it was Neymar. I have repeatedly warned you not to run around. You're now a wanted criminal in Atlantis, and SHIELD may also launch an extensive search. We must be careful, never provoke Superman in advance. The Black Queen spat out a series of accusatory words. Neymar was silent. He stood at the door and didn't go in. What's the matter with you? Celine realized something was wrong and stepped back a couple of steps. Black Queen, you're done. Come with us. A hand appeared on Neymar's shoulder, then the upright figure appeared. Someone reported that you planned a large-scale massacre. This is a crime against humanity, a genocide, and many other charges. I hope you can actively cooperate with the investigation. We won't frame a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Celine looked at the tall man who appeared in the doorway and bit her lip. Superman. She squeezed the name out of her throat. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 392, Chapter 389. I'm a righteous person, I won't give in to temptation. In the luxurious hotel suite in Boston, the scene was a bit awkward. Namor subconsciously avoided the angry eyes of the Black Queen even if Superman called his act of reporting a righteous, legal, and heroic thing. But facing the complex eyes of his ally, anger, mixed with incomprehension and disbelief, the young king of Atlantis, whose mentality wasn't tough enough, still felt some shame and guilt. After all, in Namor's turbulent life, this was the first time he had ever done anything like betrayal. "You really surprised me." The Black Queen gnashed her teeth, full of hatred. The black mist in her right hand rolled over, and a soul contract suddenly appeared. Then, the words on the surface distorted and changed, as well as the flame-like patterns. A smell of sulfur filled the air, and the dense words formed a distorted face. "Violators of the oath. Punished." The eerie, evil voice spread through the room, and a coldness swept out, causing people to shiver. "Ah!" Namor's expression looked painful, and he covered his chest. His heart felt like it was being clutched by a large, strong hand that wanted to pull it out and crush it. "Sorry, Namor's soul is temporarily unavailable." Luke walked into the suite, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. "I'm afraid the gates of hell can't be opened today. I promised him that I would make sure he was safe." Luke held out his hand. A luxurious scepter inlaid with agate and precious stones appeared out of thin air. That was the embodiment of Set's authority. He pointed his scepter at Namor, who was kneeling on the ground. His soul was detached from his body. The mark of death, like a stamp covered with ink, was stamped on the surface of Namor's soul. The devil's contract, which was lit by the fire of hell, seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and was extinguished in an instant. "Human! You have sinned against the Supreme Lord of Hell. You have taken what belonged to Mephisto." The twisted, flaming face, seemingly stunned, revealing a human expression of shock, and turned to threaten. "My name is Luke. Remember this name. So, when you return to Hell, you will be able to explain to Mephisto. If the Lord of Hell is unhappy, he can ask me for it in person. At that time, I will be waiting for his arrival on Earth." Luke's face looked calm. The ornate scepter, the symbol of death, shot out a sharp aura, shattering the flaming face. Namor, who was just one step away from death, was like a drowning man who successfully came ashore, gasping for breath and experiencing the feeling of surviving a disaster. "You're..." However, in his eyes, there was an incredible look of shock. Compared with his own soul almost falling into hell, Namor was more concerned about the divine power Luke displayed. Death. The Superman who made himself suffer a brutal defeat was a powerful being who had the authority to rule above the mortals. Don't give me that surprised look that only a supporting character has. It makes me feel like the main character in a third-rate novel. Luke put away his luxurious scepter. He had used the power of death to put a seal in Namor's soul. The young king of Atlantis's future destination was Luke's underworld. If Luke wanted Namor to report for duty in advance, it was just a simple matter that could be done with one thought. This was the power of a god. They could use their divine power against mortals as they wished within the general framework of the rules of the world. Death, your death. Witnessing this scene, the Black Queen's eyes were desperate, and even the idea of escape disappeared. She painstakingly planned and strived for the grand goal for nearly 1,000 years, which turned out to be something other people had completed long ago. Selene was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood when she saw Superman's overly young face. The other party was less than 30 years old and had already ascended to the throne. She had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and the immortal dimensional demon god was still a tiny distance away from her fingertips. Why? The Black Queen's chest rose and fell. She had difficulty calming down. Madam, do you have anything to say in defense of the multiple charges just now? Luke walked up to Celine. His tall figure was like a mountain, putting heavy pressure on the other party. I want to fight for leniency. The Black Queen, who felt bitter inside, opened her seductive red lips and finally refrained from arguing. Her charm was totally ineffective against Superman. As for the use of beauty to seduce, or deny, weaving lies, these were all little tricks that wouldn't be appropriate. Facing an evenly matched, similar opponent, it may still be useful. But Superman obviously won't buy it. Compared with pity, the Black Queen thought that Luke was more inclined to use his iron fist. Good, you're still a wise person. Luke nodded with satisfaction. It looks like today Superman didn't have to pull out his iron fist. As he claimed, he was a pacifist who influenced villains with love and educated villains with his fists. If the situation didn't call for it, Luke was actually too lazy. No, actually didn't want to use violence. In view of your good attitude of pleading guilty and the fact that the crime hasn't been committed yet. Luke, with a straight face, loudly said so. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I have decided to suspend the original plan of shooting on site and adopt the alternative plan giving you a lighter punishment. But you still have to pay the price for your wrongdoing. The Black Queen felt the cold fade away and breathed a sigh of relief. Not only was her forehead sweating, but the clothes on her back were wet, and even her legs were a little. Superman, I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a special shelter for mutants, and you had set up a school. The Black Queen clenched those straight legs, leaned quietly against Luke, and her charming face looked even more charming. I can redeem myself by doing good deeds, using my strengths, redeeming the mistakes I made in the past. Luke frowned, glanced at the silent namer, and righteously scolded, Madam, please behave yourself. SHIELD has always emphasized the principle of integrity and honesty within SHIELD. As the director, I set an example by never engaging in male-female relationships, treating everyone equally, and never playing favorites. In the face of Superman's righteous rebuke, the Black Queen smiled rather awkwardly. She didn't expect Luke to be so shameless. The first time Superman became famous, he had a scandal with a female warlock. It was the rumors in the streets and alleys. He was with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s iceberg beautiful commander, Sicily's flirtatious young woman, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, the moon goddess of the Vampire Coven, and so on. It reflected Luke's chaotic and fulfilling private life. Recently, because of the deep contact between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Temple of the Three, the news was beginning to spread in the underworld that Superman and the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, had a secret love affair. He couldn't help it. Once the ink was poured, he couldn't clean his image. It was like Howard Stark having a meal with a Hollywood actress. The next day, there would be gossip news in the newspaper, shocking news. New York's tycoon found a new girlfriend. People have seen them going in and out of the hotel in an intimate manner. Even the roadside tabloids, with no moral integrity, would write thousands of articles with erotic content. The price I am referring to is your freedom and your life in the future. Luke didn't know the secret thoughts of the Black Queen. He recited a spell and called Vishanti's power. Then, he raised his right hand and gently pulled and dragged out the other party's soul. It's an insurance policy that keeps you safe, but it's also a shackle that restricts your movement. Luke used the Death Scepter to point at the Black Queen's dark, dense soul. Selene, who hadn't reacted at all, saw Superman's skillful use of Vishanti's pure white light and became even more certain of her suspicions. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 393, Chapter 390. Gather 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. After collecting the souls of Namor and the Black Queen into the underworld, Luke flew straight to Westchester's School for Mutants. A former adversary who was no longer a threat, a mutant witch whose head was full of thoughts of becoming a god. To be honest, Superman didn't take them to heart. As for the final disposal, mark their soul and throw them to SHIELD. An occasional guest appearance as a punching bag and a casual worker would be considered waste utilization. If he could solve the problem smoothly, there was no need to solve the person who created the problem. In the classic words of a classic director, even a piece of toilet paper has its uses. Rational allocation of human resources, squeezing. Oh no, it should be sending blessings to every employee, was a mandatory task for senior leaders. For example, the Atlanteans were always reluctant to make concessions on technology sharing, such as the underwater fleet, water membrane technology, energy extraction, and so on. These were cutting-edge technologies that were urgently needed by human beings and lacked research on it, which could make the world take a big step forward and change future prospects. S.H.I.E.L.D. negotiated several times, but the aristocrats were even more difficult to deal with than Namor. It was always the perfunctory official rhetoric. They were quite tactful in handling things, too smooth to be faulted. Forcibly seizing and interfering in the internal affairs of Atlantis was detrimental to Superman's positive image. And to throw a bag of washing powder into the Atlantic Ocean for the sake of technology and start a war on the suspicion that Atlantis was hiding dangerous weapons of mass destruction, that's too much of a farce. Now that he had Namor, Luke could send a letter back to Atlantis. Instead, support the domestic forces, support the restoration of his kingship, and replace the aristocratic-controlled Senate system. Whether successful or not, he believed that the elites of Atlantis would understand the consequences of going against SHIELD and would back off and compromise. Selene, the Black Queen, not to mention her talent and ability as a mutant. Her knowledge of black magic alone was far superior to that of most masters. The Magic Congress needed talents like her. Luke's standard had always been to strengthen his own side and weaken the opposition. Fighting and killing could solve most problems, but not all. I'm truly a kind and good man. Luke, who was flying in the sky, thought so. As for the Phoenix Force absorbed by these two people, he didn't take it back either. Because of the complexity of the process, the fragment had already been incorporated into their body, forming a solid connection with the host's life. If he wanted to take them, he would either have to blow their heads off with a hammer or waste a lot of energy and time. Luke didn't bother and just sent them on a mission to collect the other Phoenix Force shards. Not to mention the two phoenixes together, even if all 5 of them were combined, they wouldn't be a match for Superman. Luke didn't have to bother to extract their Phoenix Force for his own use. Then again, the largest fragment of the main body was still in his hands, ready to be given to the White Queen, an unexpected extra surprise. In the teams of the studio next door, there was a special suicide squad who gathered villains and criminals. Like a human supersonic aircraft, Luke drew out a cone-like cloud of sonic booms. "I'll make a copycat version. It should be fine." Compared to Amanda Waller, who needed to control them with a miniature bomb implanted in their body, he could even omit this step. He just had to mark their souls directly. If they failed in their mission and died, they would return to the underworld. They would work for Superman before their death, and continue to be a tool after his death, and continue to shine. They were a member of SHIELD in life and a member of SHIELD in death. They dedicated their life, and their next life, to Superman. Luke couldn't help laughing when he thought of Namor and the Black Queen, who would live this life of dedication to death. In this way, the power of death was simply a wonderful weapon for the capitalist. Boom! With all his strength, Luke soon crossed the city and reached his destination. Like a cannonball, the man landed on the school playground, sending up a huge cloud of leaves and dust. Perhaps due to the harsh effects of the mental attack, the formerly busy school was somewhat deserted. In order to prevent Charles from waking up and losing control of his talent and ability, the White Queen, the principal, temporarily transferred the students to a nearby town. "Emma, you don't look good." Luke first went to the principal's office to ask for details. The White Queen, who was sitting behind her desk, looked like she hadn't recovered from a serious illness. There was a heavy weariness in her eyes. "My previous attempts to enter Charles's consciousness and calm his restless, agitated negative emotions were overwhelmed by the child's immense potential and the unknown power. I was struck back." Emma's voice sounded weak. With her arm resting on the table and her forehead propped up, it seemed like she could pass out at any moment. She looked very depressed and appeared to be badly injured. "As I have said many times, don't just enter the consciousness of a psychic. You could get hurt, or you could be assimilated and devoured," Luke said with a serious look on his face. He walked up to White Queen and quietly took out the main shard of the Phoenix Force. "I'm just worried about Charles. He's my student. I have to take responsibility." After this period of adjustment and learning, Emma had gradually settled into her role and was fully committed to her career in education. Even if she could shield herself from the mental attack in her diamond form, she still chose to enter Charles's consciousness to heal him. This was a qualified principal and a qualified teacher. "I understand your mood, but you should consider the consequences before you do anything." Luke said a few words which were less about blame and more about the concern. The White Queen obediently nodded, indicating that she would be careful next time and wouldn't do it again. She may seem like an iceberg, but when it came to Superman, she was always passionate. "By the way, Emma, before visiting Charles, I have a present for you." Luke opened his palm, and a gorgeous flame crystal appeared in front of the White Queen's eyes. "This is..." Emma's eyes became misty as if she was completely captivated by the Phoenix Force. The twisting, floating, illusory flames were mesmerizing. The energy emanating from it fluctuated as if it was an intimate call. The culprit that made Charles lose control and the perfect gift for a mutant. Luke released his control, and the Phoenix Force shard flew towards the White Queen on its own accord. Compared with Superman, this ancient force preferred mutants. Moments later, the flame crystal was attached to Emma's forehead and disappeared as if it melted. As if the floodgates were opened, power poured into the White Queen. Subconsciously, she took the diamond form, her skin glowing brightly. "Charles is too young. That's why his natural abilities are out of control." Luke stroked the White Queen's cheek. The diamond beauty felt cold to the touch. You're different. This power can make you the most powerful psychic in the world. You can control it. Superman's voice seemed hypnotic. White Queen felt sleepy, and her consciousness gradually relaxed. It was as if she had been immersed in warm water. Her spirit was nourished, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing. It's time to go and see Charles. Luke carried the White Queen into the office lounge and then went to the medical room on the ground floor. Charles was lying in a transparent chamber, in a comatose state, with uncontrolled psychic fluctuations that slightly vibrated around him. 1, 2, gather all the Phoenix hosts and summon the Phoenix Force. Luke counted the hosts he had found, shook his head, and laughed. He used magic to communicate with the Phoenix Force in Charles. In the mind's eye, the diminutive flaming phoenix saw the intruder and immediately spread its wings and attacked. The mental impact was like a rainstorm that swept through Luke's soul. Behave yourself. Luke, with the help of the pure white light of Vishanti, conjured a huge palm and slapped the flaming phoenix. Snap! The force formed by that fragment was like a plucked chicken being pinned to the ground, squawking and too afraid to move. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 394, Chapter 391. How dare you be class president with such a small voice? The Phoenix Force didn't harm the host. Charles's talent suddenly got out of control because he couldn't harness the sudden, powerful energy. Luke slapped the flaming phoenix in his mental world onto the ground, solving the problem in the simplest way possible. Sure enough, when the Phoenix Force, the dominant force, became poor, weak, and helpless, Charles's mind regained control of its body. The child lying in the transparent cabin slowly opened his eyes. The gleaming flames of the fire gradually faded away and disappeared. Mr. Principal. Charles looked surprised when he saw Luke. What happened? All I remember is, my head hurts like it was going to split open, and then I heard a jumble of voices. It sounded like a lot of people were talking in my ear. Charles, a good student, had a puzzled look on his face, just like an alcoholic who woke up with a hangover and couldn't remember anything. The pictures in his mind were fragmented, he couldn't put them together. All he remembered was that he was chatting with his sister Raven, and then he passed out. The back of his head still hurt a little, as if he had been struck with a dull stick. It's all right. Luke opened the transparent chamber that served as a protective measure and touched Charles's small head, reassuring him. Charles, just think of what happened as a nightmare. Now that you've woken up, the terrible memories can't hurt you anymore. As an honorary school trustee and a positive figure, Luke patiently counseled Charles to prevent the future Professor X from falling ill. It would be a headache if the latter, like the young Jean Grey, were to become evil and develop a negative persona due to the shock. The Dark Phoenix manipulated things on a molecular level, crushed and annihilated matter, and achieved the goal of destroying the world. But if Professor X, the most powerful brain in the world, were to be taken over by an evil personality and manipulate the world's human consciousness, it would be easier than ever to stage an American version of Yours Revenge. Don't reminisce about the past. It will only bring you pain. You should look far and try to look ahead. Luke was serving the young Charles a hot steaming bowl of pep talk. As we all know, whether they were superheroes or supervillains, they would have some kind of psychological problems. Heroes needed to experience growth, hardships, and trials. Villains would go on the wrong path because of their miserable childhood and unfair treatment. Therefore, Luke thought that the most necessary department of S.H.I.E.L.D. should be the Psychological Counseling and Rehabilitation Center. In order to do so, he approached Congress's Budget Committee and requested a large sum of money to finance the startup of the project and its construction. But considering the superheroes, most of the supervillains had basic settings such as a genius, multiple degrees, and a master psychologist in every sense of the word. He had no choice but to give up and use the funds to improve SHIELD agent's personal life, purchase housing, and so on. As for those supervillains who had psychological problems, Luke felt that it might be more straightforward and effective to continue with the character modifications with the iron fists of justice. Raven. Charles accepted the pep talk and felt that his heart was purified and his haze was swept away. When I passed out, I seemed to hear her calling my name. Luke smiled. He didn't expect the future Professor X to be a siscon. Raven is fine. You have a rest first. In a few days, Miss Frost is preparing for the class president election in a few days. You're the best one among the junior students. She has great confidence in you. At the Mutant Academy, not many classes were currently in session. There was probably a mix of younger students who had just started school and older students who were in their senior year. Charles's talent, ability, and personal qualities were excellent. Besides, he was also a psychic. It made sense that the White Queen would appreciate him. By the way, there will be a new student in the junior class later. I hope you can show him the ropes and build up a friendly relationship. Luke had a strange smile. When Magneto entered the school, he was sure that Kid and Charles would have a different kind of spark. Love. No, the friendship between classmates should be cultivated from a young age. New classmate. Charles was a little curious. A few days later, Magneto Eric was packed, delivered to New York, and finally collected by SHIELD. The sender was Agent Zero of the task force, as well as Namor and the Black Queen. They teamed up together to catch Eric, who had escaped. With rubber bullets, tranquilizer injections, and 2 Phoenix hosts, it was easy to take on Magneto, who was still a child. Not obedient. Emma, this is normal. All rebellious children are like this. White Queen continued complaining over the mobile phone. Emma claimed that the child named Eric was the most stubborn and difficult student she had ever met. Luke smiled. Eric, who had been sent to the Mutant Academy, was a lot of trouble compared to Charles, the good boy. Having been insecure since childhood, Magneto had already made 2 consecutive attempts to flee the country. Although they all ended in failure, this behavior caused strong resentment from the White Queen. In addition to this, Eric was often involved in physical confrontations with his classmates. On the first day of school, Charles, who offered an olive branch of friendship, was beaten and got a black eye. The reason was that Charles inadvertently mentioned the Jewish massacre, concentration camps, and other key words. Eric himself happened to be Jewish and was imprisoned in Auschwitz together with his parents. Charles was simply dancing in a minefield, uncovering people's bloody scars in one fell swoop. You can use Eric's competitive nature to create a sense of belonging to the school and to the mutants. Luke helped out. He had little experience in education. Countless stubborn villains and misguided villains were convinced by Superman, each crying out bitterly and reflecting on their crimes. Isn't there an election for class president in the junior class? You can get Eric to participate, arouse his idea of not admitting defeat, and integrate him into the collective group spirit. Luke spoke eloquently. He looked confident. Yes, with or without support, just let him do it. As long as he takes the initiative, he will put his guard down and feel the good camaraderie among his classmates. In fact, what he wanted was to use Charles's deep feelings to convince the rebellious and Chuanibiao Eric. After all, the professor and Magneto's friendship wouldn't be out of date in any parallel universe. By the way, remember to send me a copy of the video. Luke had a smile on his lips, looking forward to the tit-for-tat between the two. Mutant Academy, Class President Election. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Leonshare, from Class 1. Eric stood on the platform and introduced himself. His real name was actually Max Eisenhart. During World War II, the family changed their names to escape capture and purging by the Third Reich, which led to the name Eric Leonshare. I can't hear you. Your voice is so low. You want to be class president with such a small voice? Raven, who was sitting below, booed. She glanced at her brother Charles's black eye, groaned twice, and looked upset. As an active member of the junior class, plus a lovely and lively sister, Raven had some influence in the student body. She took the lead, and others echoed. Come again. Say it again. I can't hear you at all. Eric held the speech he had written, his lips pursed, and looked at Charles, who had said nothing, with hostility. It must be this guy. He remembered that the principal, Miss Frost, said if he could become class president, he could lead the mutants in the future. Selected by the Phoenix Force, he was fully qualified to be the savior of his suffering compatriots and bring them to a better future. Class president was just the first step. There were even more difficult challenges and trials ahead, waiting for him. As Luke said, the best way to deal with a Chuanibio is to be as Chuanibio as he was. Eric was convinced by the mutant savior argument. His parents died in a concentration camp. From a young age, he suffered a lot of hardship and misery, as well as the rejection of others and indifference. And then he was blessed by the Phoenix Force. Wasn't that worthy of being the protagonist? My name is Eric Leonshare, and I'm a freshman in the junior class. I have the confidence to lead everyone. Eric spoke in a louder voice as the inner thoughts flickered away. His eyes were always staring at Charles, sitting below. This rich boy with his shiny hair, suit, and leather shoes was his biggest rival. Good. Very energetic. Charles didn't realize that he had been regarded as a rival. Instead, he took the lead in applauding to diffuse the awkwardness of the new student. Hypocrite. Eric, who stepped off the podium, didn't buy it. Not to mention the fated collision of frenemies at the Mutant Academy, Luke was in Washington, D.C., when he received a message from Comatage. The Comatage of the other universe. The content was very simple. Sorcerer Supreme, return quickly. The sender of the message was Stephen Strange. Transmitted by the Vishanti. What's the matter? How long have I been away? Luke slightly frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. Personally, he didn't want to be a fireman, to save the world when he had nothing better to do. That's what Superman of the studio next door would do. But Luke was sitting in the position of the Sorcerer Supreme, enjoying the generosity of the Vishanti. If he quit at a critical moment, it wouldn't seem right. Let's wait and see. Maybe Strange can work it out himself. Luke considered that he was too busy with the Phoenix hosts and the integration of Hydra to take time off. So, he lit up a message in pure white light and sent a reply. The Sorcerer Supreme you are calling is currently busy. Please try again later. Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 395, Chapter 394 Praying for the Dead. With Vishanti as the messenger, Luke flung this perfunctory message to Stephen Strange in the alternate universe. If the other person didn't stop and continued to harass him, he was ready to reply. "I'm dead, pray for me." Stephen Strange wouldn't be too deranged to disturb the peace of a dead man. The reason Luke acted so casually was that if there had been some huge crisis that Kamataj couldn't handle, Vishanti would have dragged him over there. The fact that this group of dimensional gods could still take it in stride proved that things weren't urgent enough for the Earth to explode and the universe to restart. The Federal Bureau of Investigation doesn't handle burglaries, and there's no need to call in SHIELD for domestic violence. Similarly, Superman shouldn't be alarmed by trivial matters. Luke turned his seat and looked at the Potomac River outside the window, as he thought. If Strange wants to be a qualified Sorcerer Supreme, he should learn to face troubles and solve problems by himself. After a few moments of distraction, he went back to his work. As a powerful presence in the world, Luke was really busy, and the world needed him to deal with many things. Otherwise, making a trip in the name of a business trip, it was not impossible for him to meet the superheroes of other universes. Earth 91 of the Marvel Universe, privately certified by Superman, not an official name. Kamataj, Central Hall. Strange's soul leaped to the cauldron of the cosmos. He was puzzled by the message conveyed by the Vishanti. The Sorcerer Supreme is busy. Talk later. What's the Supreme Superman doing? Can it be more important than saving the world? Strange was a little puzzled and hesitated for a moment. His spirit returned to the cauldron of the cosmos and sent out a message for help. After a while, he got a reply. "I'm dead, pray for me." This. You were busy just now, and now you're dead. Isn't this a little too quick to die? Could Sorcerer Supreme be implying that his soul accidentally fell into hell and was waiting for rescue? Strange's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes, ending his meditation. Confused and with a bit of worry in his eyes, he then looked at the Eye of Agamotto that was enshrined above. This was the token that only the Sorcerer Supreme could hold. Luke didn't take it away before he left this universe. Because the Infinity Stone could only work in this universe, he left it with Stephen Strange and allowed him to use it. In this way, Strange, who had the Eye of Agamotto, could deal with all kinds of problems in Kamataj alone, without disturbing him. His calculation was very good. But there were surprises in everything. Through the Eye of Agamotto, Strange was able to glimpse the terrible events to come and sent a trans-universe message to Luke for help. Superman didn't respond, so what should I do next? The young master in the cloak of levitation was confused for a while. He scratched his shiny head. Strange's hair had been thinning since he started his career as a combat master, and he had sought all sorts of recipes for hair growth and nourishment to no avail. Later, because he couldn't bear the trouble of losing his hair every day, he shaved his head and joined the strong man team. I just saw a vision from time and space. Even if I tell the Avengers, they wouldn't believe it. Strange was very worried. He had been practicing his spells with the Eye of Agamotto yesterday, but it was as if he had been given a glimpse of a fragment of an apocalypse in the future. The earth fell, and the Avengers died one after another. Asgard collapsed, Odin fell, and blood flowed in Asgard. It was like the legendary Ragnarok had suddenly arrived. But how can I stop the crisis by myself? Strange walked out of the central hall. Luke, who took over as the Sorcerer Supreme, wasn't in this universe. He and his master Mordo were in charge of everything in Comatage. The latter mainly managed the three sanctums, which was the business of preserving the human world and exterminating the creatures of hell. The former dealt with the internal work in Comatage, which was generally relaxed and leisurely. I better talk to Wong. Strange arrived at the master's quarters and couldn't help but twitch his nose, catching a whiff of the aroma of hot pot. He pushed the door open and saw Wong having a drink with a one-eyed man. On the table, bottles of Red Star sorghum liquor tilted to and fro. Wong spoke with a slurred tone as if he had a big tongue and could fall over at any moment. Looking at this situation, it was clearly nearing the end. Glug glug glug. Another. The one-eyed man gulped down and motioned for Wong to pour another cup. Thor, why are you here again? Strange was speechless as he recognized Thor, the god of thunder, who had accompanied Superman on his visit. Loki has returned to Asgard. You should go to Asgard to look for her. Thor was very happy to see Strange enter the room. He warmly invited the other party to sit down and drink. He was just caught off guard when he heard the name Loki. The burly, muscular, powerful one-eyed man's smile froze as if thinking of something sad. A few minutes later, Strange, sitting next to Thor, looked helpless. He had to put up with the other side crying like a dissatisfied housewife about how his sister Loki had abandoned him and threw herself into the arms of another brother. I was so kind to Loki. I even gave up the opportunity to return to that universe, leaving Asgard's people behind, to take care of her. Thor's shoulders stirred up. He drank the Red Star sorghum liquor, burping out a strong scent of alcohol. But what? I didn't get anything. She left me without a word and said she only had one brother, the future king of Asgard, the one who stayed in Asgard's palace. Strange, tell me, what makes that bastard better than me, apart from the fact that he has one more eye than me? He probably has one more father, one more mother, and one more sister than you. Strange thought silently. Considering this answer may further stimulate Thor's emotional breakdown, he wisely chose to remain silent. You're Thor, and he's Thor. Why should you be jealous of yourself, angry with yourself, and envy yourself? Strange comforted. Me. Envy him. Thor pounded the table, shaking the dishes and greasy plates to the ground. I'm much better than that reckless, selfish, and ridiculous bastard. I'm mature, smart, wise. Do I need to envy him? Strange realized that he had put his foot in his mouth and quickly explained, right, Thor, you don't need to at all. After speaking in good conscience, he subconsciously glanced at the 3 layers of rings on Thor's stomach. He thought, Thor, the Thor of this universe, was at least a handsome man with 8-pack abs. Unless Loki was blind, how could he look up to a fatty? Thor, why don't you go to the palace and talk to Loki about it? Strange asked softly as he slid a few slices of beef into the hot pot. I tried, but Heimdall shut me out. Thor was particularly frustrated, turning grief and anger into appetite, burying his head, and eating like crazy. He said that Odin closed the path to the 9 realms and didn't allow any outsiders to enter Asgard. This is an unprecedented event. Even when the war with the Dark Elves and the Frost Giants broke out, Asgard kept the 9 realms open. Strange, who was eating beef, paused, suddenly remembered the vision he saw. The first step into the crisis was the closure of the gates to the palace. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 396, Chapter 395 Past History, covering up the truth. After comforting Thor, who was heartbroken and bitter, Strange hurried back to the central hall to take away the Eye of Agamotto, which was enshrined on a stone platform. And then, with a quick stride, he entered Komataj's library. He had just caught a glimmer of inspiration in Thor's words. Odin closed the gates to Asgard and sealed off the interior and exterior of the palace, apparently anticipating the crisis. Thinking about what he had seen in the vision, Strange couldn't help but deduce that all that might happen in the future was because of Asgard. In the name of Hogoth. In the name of Oshcha. In the name of Agamotto. All-seeing eye. Open. Strange held the Eye of Agamotto, the supreme artifact, in both hands and placed it between his eyebrows, reciting lengthy spells in his mouth. The metal casing, overlaid with countless forbidden spells, slowly opened up like a miniature maze, revealing the emerald green stone. Strange took a deep breath, and his whole body slightly rippled like water waves. The original time stone suddenly sank into his eyebrows, just like a third eye opening. This was the all-seeing eye. A superior spell written in the Book of Vishanti. Asgard. Strange's expression looked painful as he clenched his teeth and struggled to hold on. He wasn't as powerful as the Ancient One, who could use the Eye of Agamotto at will. Even with the blessing of Vishanti, Strange still felt like he was carrying a huge mountain. Not only was it difficult to walk, but even breathing was extremely difficult. The crisis comes from Asgard. From Asgard's palace. Strange looked back at the past, and countless streams of light passed before his eyes. The broken images were like floating bubbles. He didn't dare to look any further for fear of being dragged into them. From there, his spirit might explode, and his consciousness might collapse. Even the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't go back to every corner of history and observe every bubble fragment. Omnipotence was a great power that only God was worthy to possess. If ordinary people got their hands on it, it wouldn't lead to a good end. Frost Giant. Strange saw Odin, the God King at his peak, riding an 8-legged horse and fighting Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants. The golden legions of Asgard were like a rumbling torrent of steel. The frosty blue giants charged with their fearsome, frost-covered weapons. The two sides fought to a standstill. Not this one. Strange continued backward and soon reached the Dark Elves' point in time. Odin, the God King who once led Asgard against Jotunheim, who was just a prince, under the wings of his father, King Bor. Who is he? Strange narrowed his eyes. He stood on the upper reaches of the river of history, observing a wave thrown downstream. At that time, the army of Dark Elves ravaged the 9 realms, intending to turn the entire galaxy into chaos. King Bor of Asgard united the forces of the 9 realms to fight against Malekith. The Dark Elves led by the latter were so powerful and invincible that they had no rivals. Malekith, who was arrogant, didn't care about other races. So, at the risk of becoming the public enemy of the 9 realms, he carried out his own terrifying plan. This was how Asgard rose up. And the tragic war that followed. At the side of King Bor were 2 tall, imposing young men, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left, with blonde hair and a tough face. Like a marble statue carved with an axe, full of masculinity. There was also a vague resemblance to Thor, the god of thunder. The one on the right, standing on top of the head of the serpent. Waist-length black hair, holding war hammer. Cool temperament and cold eyes. King Bara has 2 sons. Odin has a brother. Strange seemed to have discovered a secret. He approached him as if he were dragging a progress bar, controlling the time stone. The woven circle reversed backward. The past suddenly ceased to retrace back and began to move forward. Sure enough, the picture that Strange expected appeared. The king's successor was not Odin. King Bor chose his brother. He said to himself. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His robe was gradually soaked. The emerald green glow of the time stone rippled violently, layers after layers. As if oblivious, Strange continued to watch the changing scene in the bubble. Asgard, in the middle of the palace. The people of Asgard gathered outside the palace to prepare for the new king. Odin's brother, the black-haired young man, took the scepter from his father. Putting on the golden helmet of the king and his battle armor, he looked formidable. And then Odin, who led Asgard to power and became the lord of the 9 realms, was just standing in the crowd, silently watching the scene. Strange continued to drag the progress bar with a sense of understanding. As soon as the picture turned, the dark-haired young man who became the king turned against his younger brother, Odin. You can't kill me, even if you sacrifice one of your eyes, even if you have been given the almighty power of the runes. In ruins, the black-haired youth fell to the ground, blood pouring out of his wounds. Odin, the winner, said nothing, and his emotions were unreadable. I will curse you, my foolish brother. I will take revenge on you and make Asgard bleed. In the face of his brother's vicious words, Odin's face was expressionless. Raising Gungnir with both hands, without hesitation, he thrust it down. Bang! The bubble exploded. The consciousness of Strange soul was swept into the turbulent river. There was a thunderous boom in his ears, and the light receded backward until it was dark. Is he dead or not? Strange was as angry as a reader that was interrupted when reading a novel. It was so close to solving the suspense, but then the plot came to a screeching halt, which was a real turn-off. Odin's brother, the king of Asgard. Strange ended this journey back in history by covering his chest and calming his overloaded heart. The time stone, transformed into the third eye, reverted back into an artifact, its emerald green glow retracting like flowing water. Strange, recovering a little strength, began to rummage through the ancient books about Asgard. He stayed up all night, immersed in the vast history, trying to harvest clues. The sun broke free from the horizon and peeked out, sending out the first rays of the morning as the eastern sky started to turn white. Strange rubbed his red eyes with a look of concentration on his face. He found the history hidden by Asgard and also found the truth concealed by God King Odin. The serpent, Kull, the god of fear. Strange murmured the forbidden name. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 397, Chapter 396 Fear descends, God's retreat. Turn back the clock to a day ago. You want to find Red Skull's secret fortress. Baron Zemo of this Earth 91 looked at the man in front of him with a strange look. Looking from below, the person was wearing military boots. Dark leather trousers wrapped around long, toned thighs, creating perfect lines. A belt around the slender waist made the originally sultry figure even more exaggerated. Pistols, grenades, daggers. All sorts of strange weapons were hanging from them. Keep moving your eyes, and you'll see the fullness of the headlights coming out. There was no doubt that this was a beauty that could make men's hormones boil if only Baron Zemo hadn't seen that face. The skin appeared to have been completely peeled away, leaving only the dark red flesh and bones, which appeared horrific. Not to mention sexual interest, a normal person would be scared to death and scream at the sight of it. It was so creepy and scary. Such a unique and terrifying look was reminiscent of a villainous leader active during World War II. The Red Skull. Captain America's nemesis. One of Hydra's leaders. Yes, I can feel the eyes of destiny, a force calling me, guiding me. The woman with the crimson skull spoke confidently. Her name was Cynthia Schmidt, daughter of Red Skull. Your father has been dead for so long, can he still give you hints in your dream to continue the fight against Captain America by restoring Hydra? Baron Zemo snorted with a touch of sarcasm. Red Skull was one of the leaders of Hydra, but his daughter was not. It wasn't enough to lead Hydra. Of course not. My father never really cared about his daughter. Cynthia shook her head and sneered. He always wanted a son, a blonde, tall, and strong Aryan son, to inherit everything. Baron, I'm afraid you don't know. When I was born, my father's first thought was to kill me. Without hesitation, he wanted to kill an infant baby. Later, it was his deputy, a woman called Susan, who stopped the ruthless and great leader. Cynthia had no emotion in her eyes, neither hatred nor warmth. I was brought up by Susan, and I was taught that the weak are not worthy of living. I have to be strong, stronger than anyone. My father died, he was defeated by Captain America, Hydra lost its leader, and in order to gain power, I didn't hesitate to become like my father. A coldness rose in Baron Zemo's heart, and he withdrew his contempt. There's nothing a woman can't do when she can give up the beauty she cared about most. But you lost, too, when the Avengers wiped out your Sisters of Sin, and you managed to get your life back. Baron Zemo held his arms around his chest. He was now the biggest villain in the universe, occasionally popping up to give the Avengers something to do. My father is right. Strong people are qualified to live. He is too weak, so he lost to Captain America. Cynthia grinned, a maniacal look in her eyes. But he has made me a stronger and perfect person than him, Red Skull. Baron Zemo's throat rolled twice. He saw a familiar shadow on Cynthia. What's your plan? For a moment, he took the initiative to ask. Hydra's current situation wasn't good. During World War II, Captain America defeated Red Skull and dismantled some of the organization's forces. After a long period of rest and recuperation, Baron Zemo and his party regained their strength. But little did they know that the Avengers would be formed, and the superheroes would push themselves into the gutter once again. Hydra urgently needed a new leader, a new force. If Cynthia showed enough ability, then Baron Zemo wouldn't mind voting for her. I learned a story buried in the past, an unknown secret. Cynthia said meaningfully. Baron, I need your help. My father is like a rat digging holes everywhere, with strongholds all over the world. And what I'm looking for is the Book of the Skull. It has an Atlantean skin for its cover. It's kept in an Egyptian underground fortress. Baron Zemo thought long and hard. He had a copy of Red Skull's map in his hands. It was marked with many hidden strongholds secretly built during World War II, some of which had long been abandoned and some of which were still in operation. And what Cynthia said about the underground fortress in Egypt, Baron Zemo happened to know. I hope you won't let me down, Miss Red Skull. Baron Zemo lowered his hands and said so. A few hours later, a fighter jet landed in the Egyptian desert. Baron Zemo found the specific location and opened the underground fortress. The unpleasant smell of decay and obsolescence overwhelmed him. Mechanisms, valves, air circulation systems, all of which are in good working order. Cynthia walked behind and watched Baron Zemo open a stone door. It's a miracle that any tomb raiders hadn't unearthed it. Egypt had a large number of pyramid tombs, which were always a favorite haunt for tomb raiders. Not without, but they're all dead. Baron Zemo kicked a bone under his feet and entered the interior of the underground fortress. There were tattered flags hanging on the walls in 4 places, the symbols of the Third Reich. At the very center, on the steps of the platform, was a sarcophagus. On top of it was a dusty book with a blue cover. This was what Cynthia was looking for. This is human skin. This was also the first time Baron Zemo came to this underground fortress. Red Skull had built so many secret strongholds during his lifetime, Zemo couldn't verify them all. Bingo! Made from the skin of an Atlantean. It's part of the ritual so that the spell inside can take effect. Cynthia blew away the dust, picked up the book, and turned to the middle page. What's in it? Baron Zemo asked curiously. The power to rule the world. Cynthia laughed loudly. On the page she opened, there was dense, obscure, and strange writing. Turn the clock back to February 1942, when Germany was in its infancy. Why haven't you finished yet? Don't we have enough sacrifices? With his hands behind his back, Red Skull, with a grim face, asked. A few thunderbolts flashed across the sky as dark clouds covered the sky. Then there was a dull thud and a downpour of rain. On the lawn of this manor, complex lines were drawn with blood on the ground, with blood from the Atlanteans tied to the cross. Several priests-like figures in robes, with their faces covered under hoods, kept chanting spells and holding their hands up as if they were praying to heaven. Soon, soon, Mr. Schmidt. The priest replied. I spent several months killing an entire gypsy tribe for this extinct and unknown language and taking the risk of angering the Sea King, taking away a group of Atlanteans. Red Skull's voice revealed a serious sense of impatience. And I'm only doing this because the Thule Society said I could get the power to rule the world from it. Now, tell me, where is the power that is so unimaginably strong that it is worthy of the gods? The hooded priests clearly felt the cold killing intent, and they were scared to death. They were all members of the Thule Society, which was regarded as the predecessor of the Nazis. Founded back in 1918 by Rudolf von Sabotendorf. Hans Horbiger's world ice theory was popular at the time, the idea that the universe began when many ice stars collided with each other, exploded and then recombined. Correspondingly, the first races of creatures to be born on Earth were the Atlanteans and the ugly humanoids. This new and avant-garde perspective had gained popularity among young people in Europe, especially among the highly educated aristocracy. Later, Rudolf von Sabotendorf, who founded the Thule Society, combined this theory with the theory of racial superiority and came to the surprising conclusion that Aryans are descendants of Atlantis, born with extraordinary blood, while the Germans were of Aryan descent. The Thule Society was the predecessor of the Nazis because many of the high officials of the Third Reich participated in it, even the swastika, which came from the flag of the society, representing the Aryan victory and the belief in Surya, the sun god. The Führer himself was a staunch supporter of Rudolf von Sabotendorf's views, so he didn't even equip his soldiers with enough cold-proof equipment in the war between Germany and the Soviet Union in 1941. Because he believed that as an Aryan, descendant from a very cold place, German soldiers must have inherited the ability to resist the cold, just like frost giants. As a result, in the Moscow War alone, 170,000 Germans froze to death. Of course, this was a rumor that had been circulated and couldn't be verified. There's no way to tell whether it was true or false. But the Führer was really obsessed with all kinds of occult things and even believed in the existence of werewolves and vampires. It's coming. The power will come from the sky. The hooded priest, who was on the verge of falling to his knees, said in ecstasy as he saw the dazzling light that sped through the hazy clouds. As soon as the man's words stopped, a thunderbolt as thick as an anaconda tore straight through the night sky and came down. Instead of landing in front of me, it flew elsewhere. Red Skull said in a cold tone. Priest, tell me the location. As the lightning bolt swept along the low altitude, the Hydra leader did feel an unspeakable power. Otherwise, he would surely have hanged all the hooded priests before him as if they were charlatans. The South Pole. It landed on the glacier. The priest, holding the magic book made of bloody Atlantean skin, shouted. A month later, after a long trek, Red Skull finally found the place where the thunderbolt had fallen. On the snow-covered hard ice, a large crater was opened, and the heat of the friction melted the outer shell and condensed it into frost. Red Skull stood on high ground and looked down. I thought the so-called power to rule the world would be an army, or a god, but instead it's a hammer. A broken hammer that can't be pulled out and can't be used. Red Skull snapped a hooded priest's neck and snarled, Tell me, what's Hydra supposed to do with this? Smash Captain America's head in. Mr. Schmidt, it's extraordinary. My soul can feel it, and it contains enough power to sweep the world away. The priest struggled to defend himself, quickly saying, We just need time to understand it and harness it. That's good. Taking a few deep breaths, Red Skull quickly regained his composure. He took one more look at the hammer, which he couldn't even pull up himself, and then took off. Before the problem is solved, no one of the Thule Society people is allowed to leave this glacier. Until someone can pick it up. Back to the present. The South Pole. This is Adolf Hitler's Thule Society, the last resting place of the gods and goddesses. Cynthia, the daughter of Red Skull, walked into the glacier 70 years later. She brought Baron Zemo with her and opened the gates of the fortress in a forceful manner. Inside, there was no one but decaying white bones. The long period of time had destroyed everything, along with the ambitions of the Third Reich, the great plans of the Hydra, and buried them all together, not to mention those of the Thule Society. Boom! The bomb blew open the metal door of the security room. My father ordered the Thule Society to reside here to study the hammer that fell from the sky. No one has ever been able to pick it up. Red Skull tried it, but it didn't succeed. It's said that even the Führer himself came here once. The mustached guy tried to pry open the ice and dig it out but failed. Cynthia slowly walked into the security room. Frosty white air spread out. In the intense cold, she saw the frozen hammer. It's so perfect. So powerful. Then what makes you believe you can own this hammer? Baron Zemo, wearing a winter coat, asked doubtfully. Red Skull failed. How could his daughter do it? Because I saw it in a dream. A great serpent surrounded this hammer, and it said I would be the queen of this world and would kill Captain America with this hammer, and then. Cynthia spoke in an almost dreamlike manner, her eyes only looking at the frozen hammer and nothing else. The serpent also said, Fear descends, gods retreat. Cynthia, daughter of Red Skull, held the war hammer in both hands and read the ancient words on it. Only the worthy can wield the hammer of Skadi. A dazzling burst of light washed over the area as if it were a tidal wave. Baron Zemo subconsciously closed his eyes as a horrific force reverberated through the security room. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the hard ice cracked, and the whole fortress was shaking. Fear descends, gods retreat. A hoarse voice came out of Cynthia's mouth. She was holding the hammer of Skadi in both hands, wearing green metal armor as if she had descended into the world as a Valkyrie. Meanwhile, in Asgard's palace, Odin, the god king sitting on the throne, let out a long sigh. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 398, Chapter 397 Crossing the border, hitting the muzzle. Human joys and sorrows aren't interlinked. This is a famous quote from a master in the East. Together with Romain Rolland in the West, he was known as the golden treasures of essay writing. When we don't know who said a quote, or we remember a quote but don't remember the original author, then we write linking names to it. When Strange in the Earth 91 was scratching his head over family relationships in Asgard, Superman, in Earth 1024, was calm. The citizens of New York live and work in peace and contentment and have lived a quiet life. No masked heroes, no evil villains. The only thing to worry about every day was probably the international situation on TV and newspaper headlines. However, due to the existence of Superman, the world that should have been shrouded in the shadow of nuclear war was now sunny on the surface. The three-sided powerhouse structure turned out to be the most stable. Polarization may lead to a bad nuclear war, with two gamblers at the same table, desperate to place all their chips on the table and be the last winner. But after the third pole appeared, the situation was different. The two superpowers could only develop silently. Whether it was an arms race, the Warsaw Pact, or NATO, they were all repeatedly testing the waters at the edge of danger. Because they couldn't be sure which side the most powerful man on the planet was leaning on. Placing all their chips on the table wasn't a wise thing to do. This year's Nobel Peace Prize should be awarded to me. Luke sat in S.H.I.E.L.'s office, thinking of the embarrassing award with shady elements, which was so much more gilded than the real gold it contained. Its popular candidate was either a warmonger, such as the mustached Farah, or the British Prime Minister, such as Winston Churchill, or the President of the United States, from Hoover to Roosevelt, and then from Truman to Eisenhower. Citing the comments of later generations, it was rare to see an international award with politics so obviously written on its face as the Nobel Peace Prize. It's just that Luke thought about it for a moment. He thought it was possible that he was in the first tier, and the award fund should be in the upper tier. As long as the President of the United States didn't have anything better to do than throw laundry detergent into Atlantis, initiate war, and provoke conflicts, then he had made a great contribution to world peace. Therefore, Mr. Trump, the nobody knows this and that better than me blow-award nomination, was well deserved. I wonder what's going on at Strange's. Since Luke replied to the two messages in a row, Strange didn't bother him anymore, as if his mobile phone was in remission. This made him think on the bright side, that the crisis might have been solved or that the universe might have exploded. Either way, it meant he didn't have to do anything. A mature sorcerer supreme has to learn to face it alone. Luke smiled and silently cheered for Strange. He then opened the report on his desk and scanned it for a few minutes. This was about the progress of Hydra's integration. Baron Strucker and Dr. Zola reached a consensus, formed an alliance, and began to suppress other factions. When facing Superman, they couldn't insist. Whitehall and Madame Viper were replaceable. They were all acquaintances and old friends, so naturally, they had to strike hard. Hydra was good at fighting external battles but excellent at fighting internal battles. Especially Baron Strucker. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he cleaned up his act and turned over a new leaf. He demonstrated amazing commitment and enthusiasm for his work. In less than a month, with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D., several secret Hydra strongholds were destroyed in succession. They also dismantled a series of safe houses and intelligence networks in North America, Eastern Europe, and Japan. With his outstanding efficiency and ability, he was qualified to be selected as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top 10 employees this year. I can ask Howard to make a Hydra Killer Award for the Baron later on. Luke was quite satisfied. His plan was fruitful. Sure enough, only Hydra could deal with Hydra. With Baron Strucker's efficiency, it wouldn't take long for his Kryptonian ship to arrive. If it were Captain America, they wouldn't have made any progress in the next 3 to 5 years. Villains didn't need to worry about means and reputation. But superheroes were different. There were many things to consider. Casualties, property losses, compliance with international laws, violation of rules and regulations from S.H.I.E.L.D., and so on. Luke was brainstorming while working on the documents. Moments later, he suddenly lifted his head and looked into an open portal in the void. Magical sparks pulsated as a portal emerged out of nowhere. A bald master, dressed in white robes, appeared before his eyes. "What can I do for you, Master Ancient One?" Luke narrowed his eyes and asked softly. The Sorcerer Supreme of Kamatage was always on the lookout for things to do. If he was right, the odds were that it was also for Strange of the other universe. "I have been asked to invite you somewhere." The Ancient One cut to the chase. She didn't beat around the bush. "I almost wanted to ignore it, and I didn't intend to cause you any trouble. I hate owing people favors, especially the ones that are hard to repay. However, the situation is critical and dire, so I have to ask for your help." The Sorcerer Supreme shook her head with a wry smile. If it weren't for the Vishanti, she wouldn't have visited Luke. After all, Superman wasn't Dormammu, whom she didn't have to pay for what she owed. It seems that the Vishanti are going to give the task of saving the world. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up. The Sorcerer Supreme was implying that he should be the one to put out the fire in the other universe this time. He had no idea what insurmountable difficulties Strange had encountered and needed to call upon him. "Before I say yes, I have a question." Luke tapped his finger on the desktop and asked, "You're also the Sorcerer Supreme, and you are the #1 fighter for Vishanti. Shouldn't this kind of work be given to you?" The Ancient One gave her opponent a blank look. "What do you mean by fighter?" For the sake of being a colleague, the bald master didn't mind it. "To put it in terms that you can understand, the Federal State Police will not interfere with the work of Interpol." The Ancient One explained. "Otherwise, why else would Vishanti make you the Sorcerer Supreme of that universe? Only then will you be eligible to intervene. Countless parallel universes, countless boxes of different sizes. Random interference, enter and leave at will cause terrible catastrophes." Later, the Ancient One added, "Don't act so helpless. Working part-time for the Vishanti isn't too shabby. You don't have to sign a slave contract. You don't have to clock in and out every day. You're much freer than I am. Perhaps because they were now colleagues, the Ancient One's attitude was lighter than before. From her words, it was easy to see the sorrow of being a contracted worker. Well then, let's say it's a business trip. Luke nodded. The Sorcerer Supreme's seat was not as comfortable as he expected it to be. As the Ancient One said, he didn't sign a slave contract, and his relationship with the Vishanti was a normal transaction. If he didn't want to, no one could force him to. Give my regards to the other one for me. Forget it. I think he's retired and on holiday. The Ancient One shook her head and smiled. Her heir wasn't born yet. The Sorcerer Supreme withdrew her thoughts and raised a finger. Under the dazzling white light, she directly opened a portal across the universe. Boom! The entire space shattered open. Luke only felt he had blinked, and he wasn't on Earth 1024 anymore. There was a cacophony of voices, calls, screams, and a hail of gunfire and smoke. The ruins beneath his feet were so hot that they looked like flowing lava. A cloud of white smoke billowed up and out, obscuring the view. Roar! Sound waves vibrated. Like the roar of a prehistoric creature, it swept away the rolling smoke from the ruins. A large figure filled Luke's vision. He was a titan, full of strength and power. In his right hand, he held a metal war hammer in the air and roared in a fury. Get out of my way! The titan looked down at the strangers in ruins, and without saying a word, he swung the metal hammer and smashed it down. He was eager to kill. Thirst for destruction. He was Ku-Earth. Breaker of stone. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 399, Chapter 398 Sledgehammer goes boom, a small hammer goes bang. Before Superman came. Manhattan East River. Alcatraz. It was used to hold the most dangerous supercriminals in the world, and it was also the headquarters of the Thunderbolts. Since the appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the establishment of the Avengers, all kinds of masked heroes had emerged one after another. Some were born into poverty, but by accident or by chance, they embarked on this legendary path. Some were born with a golden spoon in their mouths and became celebrated superheroes thanks to their genius and financial resources. For whatever reason, the world was seeing an increase in the number of righteous men and women carrying out vigilantism and dealing with criminals. Correspondingly, supercriminals were springing up like mushrooms after the rain. Generally speaking, the Avengers was only responsible for international disputes and world crises. They didn't have time to deal with street thugs, and urban gangsters, arms traffickers, international crime syndicates, human trafficking, and so on. If there were a demand, there would be opportunities. This was the time when vigilantism emerged. Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Punisher. They were famous vigilantes. These people once teamed up together to form the Defenders. Their main activity area was in New York's Hell's Kitchen and the surrounding areas. The target of the attack, in addition to Marvel Universe's Kingpin. There were also gangsters and gangs in the area, such as the Hand Society. Later, the membership changed several times. Some newcomers joined, and some old people dropped out. Luke Cage, a black hero who was one of the Defenders, was recently recruited by the government to replace General Ross and became the leader of the Thunderbolts. This was a special task force similar to the Suicide Squad from the studio next door. Luke Cage specifically selected criminals from Alcatraz and then led them on dangerous, undisclosed, and secret missions that could never be made public. Cain Marco, the Juggernaut, was part of this team. In this universe, he was the stepbrother of Professor Charles. As a general explanation, Juggernaut's father was interested in the professor's mother's wealth, and the professor's mother appreciated Juggernaut's father's manners and good skills. The two were looking for warmth. A lonely man and lonely woman hit it off, and stepped into a marriage. As a result, Juggernaut and Charles became stepbrothers. For what it's worth, he wasn't a mutant. That's how the movie universe set it up. Juggernaut's powers came from the dimensional demon Cyttorak. In an archaeological dig, he discovered the crimson gem of Cyttorak that the Lord of Oblivion placed in this universe. That gem gave Cain Marko endless strength and a large, indestructible, and hard body. That amazing defense power could even resist Thor's Mjolnir and Wolverine's adamantium claws. It's just that Juggernaut's strength fluctuated, depending on Cyttorak's mood. This led to a very uneven record. He was sometimes strong, sometimes weak. At his peak, he could fight head-to-head with the Hulk, but when he was weak, even the Punisher could beat him. Juggernaut, you have a new mission. Today was no different than usual for Cain Marko. Like other criminals, he stayed in solitary confinement, enjoying TV, newspapers, fried chicken, and beer. Then his leader, the dark-skinned, hard-hitting, muscular man, would give him an assignment. Successful completion would give him the opportunity to let off steam, or some of his requirements would be met. For example, a sumptuous meal from a Michelin chef, a striptease by a pole dancer in the red light district, and so on. As long as it wasn't too excessive, it would basically be approved. I need new gym equipment, and the ergometer that was delivered last week is broken again, Juggernaut said in a muffled voice. He was a mountain of flesh, nestled in a custom-made sofa, watching Chaplin's Modern Times. After becoming Cyttorak's thug, Cain Marko's body shape greatly changed. Standing at 2.87 meters tall and weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, he was a small giant. No problem, I'll report your request. The Alcatraz guard spoke with a smile. Of all the super criminals in prison, Juggernaut was one of the easy-to-talk-to types. The guards opened the iron door of the cell and stepped on a stepladder to remove the restraint from his neck. The higher-ups are waiting in a meeting, so hurry up and get over there. Juggernaut reluctantly looked away and turned off the TV. The mountain-like body took steps on the hard concrete floor, giving the impression that the ground was shaking. He took the elevator all the way up. At the ground floor of Alcatraz, in front of several off-road vehicles, stood Luke Cage, Brock Crossbones Rumlow from Hydra, and other unknown guys. Judging from the uniform and personal appearance, it appeared they weren't good people. Juggernaut, this time you're. As the leader of the team, Luke Cage was about to assign a task when he heard a thunderous explosion. When everyone looked up, they saw a bright flame falling from the night sky. It was as if thunder had struck the earth, as if meteorites were grinding against the atmosphere. Start the primary defense. Luke Cage's face paled. He tried to get the prison to raise its energy shield to stop the onslaught of external forces. The dazzling fire came crashing down with unstoppable force. Boom! A huge explosion shook Manhattan. The East River kicked up waves several feet high. The entire island of Alcatraz was like a bumpy boat that almost capsized. By the time the smoke had cleared, Luke Cage's dazed consciousness was gradually waking up, and his eardrums were buzzing, and there were faint sounds of muffled voices. He shook his head vigorously and struggled to get up from the ground. Juggernaut. On the grounds of Alcatraz, The only remaining person that was standing was the Titan-like figure. Luke Cage waved to him, indicating that the other party should go into the center of the explosion to see what it was, which almost sank the entire island. Juggernaut nodded, the small eyes peeking out of his helmet flashed with a hint of caution. A hammer. Kane Marco saw an object that fell from the sky. It wasn't a thunderbolt nor a meteor. A heavy, round, blunt hammer. Why would a hammer fall from the sky? Juggernaut's brain couldn't figure this out. Cyttorak gave him the brute strength of Hercules but also took away his already modest intellect. What made Juggernaut slightly better than the Raging Hulk was that he was able to communicate normally rather than smash anyone in his sight with fists. Hammer. The more Kane Marco looked at the hammer, the more he felt an uncontrollable urge to keep it for himself. It's for me. For no reason at all, Juggernaut came up with this idea. He reached out his hand, touched it, held it tight, and then raised it. An unprecedented power filled Juggernaut's body, creating a violent urge to smash and destroy everything. The hammer held in his right hand, as if it were alive, spoke to him, constantly urging and ordering him. I am Ku-Earth, breaker of stone. Juggernaut's mouth uttered some strange, obscure syllables. If Thor was here, he could definitely understand it. This was a language derived from the runes used by Odin, the god king of Asgard. I will destroy the world for the serpent. Juggernaut's consciousness was chaotic, completely dominated by the pitch-black figure. Even the crimson gem of Cyttorak's light retreated to the other side. He raised his hammer and slammed it down on a figure that appeared in front of him. Bang! The hammer carried enough terrifying power to sink the island. But it could only land above the man's head, but it couldn't move an inch. It seemed that there was an invisible wall blocking it. The mighty force that shattered all things was blasted along the man's body and into the ruins beneath his feet. The prison suddenly shuddered and sank down. The hard outer shell of the mixed vibranium developed cracks that expanded into a dense spider web. Luke Cage, who had just gotten up, was struck by the impact and fell to the ground again. The serpent Carl. One of the eight worthy. The young man, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke indifferently. There was a glint of surprise in his eyes. It turned out that Strange asked for his help because Odin's brother, the serpent Carl, the god of fear, had been awakened. I'll smash you. I'll smash you. Juggernaut saw the man unharmed and acted as if he was seriously provoked. He repeated his sentence and swung the hammer again. Orange lightning wrapped around the hammer, forming a thunderbolt as thick as a python. The atmosphere shook with a booming sound, and a high-temperature thunderbolt that could melt gold and iron was unleashed. The young man who entered the area looked unperturbed as he slowly rose up with his feet in the air. The seemingly small fist collided with the all-crushing, all-destroying hammer, sending out a terrifying aftershock. The overflowing ripples rolled outward like a tsunami. Above Alcatraz, it looked like a Category 12 typhoon. Luke Cage, who was invulnerable to guns and had an incredible defense, was tossed out in a matter of moments. His strong muscles were aching as if he had been hit by a high-speed train and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the dangerous and unapproachable battlefield where the light exploded, a flash of fear rose in the black hero. Half of the solid shell of the prison island had been melted away. Where the Juggernaut stood, it had sunk several meters deep. If it hadn't been thick enough, it would have been torn through. The most unbelievable thing was that the man who confronted the hammer fought with his fists. No damage. No discomfort to be seen. Crushing everything, breaking everything. You don't deserve this hammer. Ignoring Juggernaut's shocked look, Luke's heat vision swept right across his opponent's right hand. The hard body that could even resist adamantium, like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, was easily and smoothly sliced through. The hammer fell steadily into Superman's hands. Although it kept struggling, it couldn't escape Luke's palm. He swung the hammer and smashed it into Juggernaut's head. Bang! Bang! A huge bang. Juggernaut's steel helmet instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! Another hammer blow. Juggernaut's 7 orifices bleed and ripped through the prison island like a cannonball, falling into the Hudson River below. The followers of Cyttorak have great vitality and wouldn't die so easily. Luke looked down at the beaten Juggernaut, sinking to the bottom of the river like a lump of iron, and grimaced. With the power of the Lord of Oblivion, he wouldn't be able to kill him with just 2 blows. Superman casually threw the mind-bewildering, spirit-corrupting hammer of Ku-Earth to the ground. Looking around, he opened his mouth and asked, "Can anyone take me to the Avengers?" Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 400, Chapter 399 To prophesize, the death of Thor. The dense smoke and fire of explosions from the island rolled up and lit up half of the night sky. In the affected areas of Manhattan, the lights were still on, and the parties were still going on. The inhabitants of New York in this universe had long since passed through the invasion of the Chitauri fleet, the street battles between the Sinister Six and Spider-Man, and the Avengers' battle against the Hulk. They were used to masked weirdos flying overhead and also used to a doomsday scene where the sky could fall at every turn. The television news reports of bank robbers battling police and terrorists setting off bombs didn't make a dent in the hearts of New Yorkers. What had they not seen? The only people who could match this were probably the people of Tokyo in Japan. The explosion of the isolated prison island was loud, but the songs and dances continued on the banks of Manhattan's East River. The more daring ones had already raised their phones and started recording videos to upload on their personal social networking software to attract followers. I hope SHIELD will arrive sooner. Luke Cage looked at the almost paralyzed power facilities and defense system. His expression was unreadable. He was able to conceal his emotions perfectly. Although the Thunderbolts belonged to the Pentagon, Alcatraz was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property, which was used to hold dangerous criminals. After the Juggernaut's ordeal, a huge amount of money was needed to rebuild and restore it. There was no telling how much chaos could be caused by criminals who took advantage of this opportunity and escaped. When the accountability came down, it would probably be a headache. "Excuse me, who are you?" Luke Cage leaned in. He was quite discerning. He saw Superman hammering the Juggernaut straight into the bottom of the Hudson River. He understood that the other party was a big man whom he couldn't afford to offend, so he had to be careful in what he said and refrained from taking a tough stance. A passing sorcerer supreme. Superman, who was also named Luke, would have liked to answer like this. But before he opened his mouth, dozens of transmission portals appeared behind him. Magical sparks outlined the portals and cut through the voids. Comatage. The Three Sanctums. Luke Cage's face changed, and his eyes focused. On the left side of the portal were masters in vintage robes, while on the right side were a group of masters in armor, carrying chains and axes. Although their style wasn't uniform, the large number of people created a strong presence. How did they get here? Is that hammer a magic artifact? Luke Cage, with his role as a government watchdog and superhero, had been gaining ground in recent years. His status had improved significantly. Some time ago, the Avengers were accused by many civil groups for lacking black members, women, and LGBT people. They considered it a form of discrimination. Especially Captain America. In this universe, after Steve Rogers abdicated, his good friend Bucky took over. The crowd thought that the shield, the symbol of America, should be handed over to a black man. They launched a poll for this purpose, and the candidates were Sam the Falcon, Black Panther, Blade, and Luke Cage. There was no denying that with the advent of the new century and the popularity of the internet, politics had become an issue that the superhero community couldn't get around. Therefore, despite being a second-rate vigilante, there was no comparison to the top-notch internet traffic of Iron Man or Captain America. But Luke Cage could still become the leader of the Thunderbolts, replacing General Ross, and share some information with SHIELD. Like the existence of Kamar-Taj and the Three Sanctums, he basically knew some things. Those masters were aloof and rarely asked about worldly affairs. Why would they come to Alcatraz? Luke Cage was confused. Then, under his gaze, a master, shrouded in a veil of mystery, walked up to Superman. "Welcome back to Kamar-Taj, Sorcerer Supreme." Hiss. The loud, neat sound underlined the extreme embarrassment. Luke's mouth twitched as he drew in a breath of cold air. He looked to the smug Strange and Mordo, who said nothing, and got the answer. He thought to himself, has this guy been reading way too many I'm the strongest son-in-law books? Stop, stop, stop. Luke quickly stretched out his hand to interrupt, fearing that Strange had also prepared an embarrassing line like the 3-year period has ended. "Sorcerer Supreme, please take over Kamar-Taj." "Strange, why are you here?" He beckoned and motioned for the other party to come forward. "Sorcerer Supreme, are you surprised?" Strange chuckled, seemingly quite pleased with himself. He had asked Thor, the alternate universe's god of thunder, who was becoming increasingly chubby, explained that Luke paid attention to ostentation and extravagance, and it would be better to prepare a welcome ceremony. "Please, can you do something normal? The Sorcerer Supreme is not a mafia boss, so what's the point of calling a bunch of people over?" Luke wanted to swing the hammer of Ku-Earth and smash Strange into the bottom of the Hudson River and let him keep Juggernaut company. But when he saw the shiny head glowing at the top of his head, he felt a bit soft-hearted. After all, it was he who led Strange down this path of strength. Strictly speaking, he was also the guy's teacher. How could he do that to his own apprentice? Just this once. Luke waved his hand, indicating that the people should disperse and not gather here. "By the way, you came just in time." Their sudden appearance was a bit like police officers, who only came to clean up after a gunfight. Before, Juggernaut had almost demolished Alcatraz, but Strange and Mordo didn't show up. By the time Luke had stepped in to solve the problem, they arrived just in time. Not bad for a positive group. Even their late arrivals were so similar. There was a bit of traffic today. Strange scratched his bare forehead and spoke awkwardly. He was the first to receive the news that Luke had crossed the universe and appeared in New York. But with the hammer of Ku-Earth in hand, the senseless Juggernaut wasn't to be messed with, so naturally, Superman was left to deal with it. Back to Kamar-Taj, or. Seeing the return of Sorcerer Supreme, he hastened to present the Eye of Agamotto that hung around his neck with both hands. "Go and meet the Avengers first and discuss countermeasures." Luke accepted Kamar-Taj's supreme weapon with a calm look on his face. Through his encounter with Juggernaut, he somewhat knew what had happened. The god of fear, the serpent Kull, was the brother of Odin, and the original king of Asgard. It was said that the three fates had two prophecies that troubled the most powerful man who had conquered the 9 realms. The first one, Ragnarok. At that time, the flames would awaken, the world would shatter, and the people of Asgard would be buried in the void. The second one, Thor's death. Odin was unable to kill Kull and had to seal him in Midgard, in Earth's deepest sea. Before that, his brother had cast a curse in the name of the god of fear, and that power had finally condensed into a prophecy. The serpent Kull would be slain by Thor, who would also die by the venom of his fangs. This was one of the reasons why Odin sealed off Asgard and closed its palace. He had only one son, Thor. Loki was originally adopted, and his blood was impure. Therefore, he couldn't succeed to the throne. His eldest daughter was rebellious, disobedient, and a warmonger who would only lead the country to ruin. Despite Thor's muscle-brained and reckless nature, Odin couldn't find another suitable candidate. In addition, he was old and had long stopped making people. Having another one was really beyond his capacity. The 8 hammers forged by the god of fear have found their owners. Strange warned. Those who inherited the power of fear from Kull were collectively known as the Worthy. Each one of them could compete with Thor. Not to be feared. Luke assessed the powers displayed by Juggernaut and grimaced. If it weren't for Asgard's prophecy, he would have swum down to the deep sea and lectured the serpent Kull on being a god with his fists. Even Odin couldn't kill him, so Superman was probably out of luck too. The so-called prophecy was more like a rule of some kind. It was hard to break, and it was hard to avoid. Similar things were found in Greek mythology and Norse mythology. For example, Odin's patricide, Ragnarok would come.